Alrighty then. Alright, I believe I'm live. Hello, YouTube. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing fantastic today. We're gonna wait just my standard 10-minute interval for folks to kind of sift into the stream for those who are interested. Since I'm level 80, I can do all of the well, I could do the rest of the Reaper quest all in one go, which is gonna be the plan. Once we finished up with all the remaining Reaper story quests, it's then on to the Endwalker MSQ, which is, I'm hoping that most of the player base is quite a bit ahead of me. I gave everybody a day and a half head start, so hopefully that's plenty of time ahead of the curb. Yowakos, welcome to the stream. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? You first. You do. How are you? Yep, 9 minutes and counting until we hop on in and plow through the Reaper story quests. Not actually gonna rushing it. I'm taking my time, and I do want to take in the remainder of the story. But still, I'm eager. Being leveling all the way to 80 just so I could do it all in one go took forever. It felt like it took longer than it should have. To grind all 10 levels last day and a half. Not really started Endwalker yet. Still working on Sage. Still 77, halfway to 87. 78, sorry. That's perfectly okay, man. I guess I'm not the only one who wanted to focus on one or both of the new classes before carrying on to the MSQ. But for me, there's only so much. I mean, I'm gonna be able to hold off on starting the MSQ, and honestly, I want to get into the Endwalker MSQ so badly, so I am gonna do that. But after we finish up the Reaper story quests, which I have no idea how many are left. I'm assuming 3. That's what I think is left. Because this next one was to be unlocked at 75. I'm at 80. I'm assuming there was going to be another one at around 78. And then, of course, the level 80 quest for Reaper. That's what I think is there. I don't know. I haven't looked it up. It could just be 2 more quests. It could be this one and then the level 80 quest. But I think it's this one, which is a 75 story quest. Then 78, and then 80. That's what I think it is. So, excited! Another 7 minutes to go before we hop right in on that. Man, long time coming. I'm excited. The culmination of so many hours of gameplay. Finally to get to the Endwalker MSQ. But first, gotta get through the Reaper stuff. Which the Reaper storyline has been very interesting so far, so I'm curious how that's going to come to a head.
Get back to the family. The new family.
Do-doom. 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 Doom-doom. Do-do-do-doom-doom. Godfather vibes.
Welcome to the family.
What? I'm a dork. That's why you guys are here. Look at me, stereotypical gamer mode, drinking soda. It's gonna be interesting when eventually G Fuel is gonna be the assumption, and if you drink something else, it's odd. For years, it's always been Doritos and Mountain Dew as the stereotype with gamers. But slowly becoming G Fuel and no food. Actually, let me check in on the Discord real quick. Alright, no new stuff on the Discord. Alright. I will say it's interesting to see all the new Reaper weapons that have kind of cropped up. Oh, what's this guy got? He's level 80, so he's same as me. Examine. What do you got? Okay, he's got the Naboth Zangnol, which is weaker than what I got, weirdly enough. It looks cooler, though. He's got the coolest scythe. Damn bastard. If only I'd known aesthetically it looks so fantastic. Bah. Yeah, wow, amongst my Reaper grind, I actually also successfully got my my character to Storm Captain, which is the highest rank you can get right now in your grand company. So I finally achieved it. I am the highest tier in the land for the Maelstrom. Alright, 4 more minutes on the clock. 4 more minutes till we get back underway with the Reaper storyline. I do gotta say, I do absolutely love the pose for the Reaper. Both the ready pose and also the idle pose. The idle pose looks really nice. It's like, I hold my scythe out ready to slash at my enemies. And also the running animation with the weapon is great. I'm just a sucker for the scythe weapon thing. Oh, I love it. Kalik, well, Kalik, welcome to the stream. How are you? Guys, see you're having fun leveling. I'm still stuck in queue. Got down from 5k to 10k though, so I guess I'll count that as a win. I mean, the lower the number, if it's a lower number in the queue that you're waiting for than it was a moment ago, it's better. Call that a win. You gotta take the wins where you can. I lucked out this morning. I logged in at around 2 a.m. I want to say 2 a.m. 3 a.m. somewhere in there, and luckily there was only 32 other people in the queue at the time. So early this morning I got in like that, and I've been in the game since. I haven't logged out once since, and I spent that entire time crunching, leveling. I did all the roulettes today. Which I don't know if the nerf that I sensed was there before is gone, or if I just imagined it, but with the exception of Alliance raids, I did all the roulettes, and I did actually successfully level up twice without doing any side quests and fates alongside it, so that was good. After I finished the roulettes, however, I still had, at that point, I had only gotten to level 75, so I spent the rest of the day waiting in DPS queues for Mount Golg, for let's see what else. Malachi's Well was one I had to do for a while because it didn't really level me up that fast. Yeah, most of the day I've spent just waiting patiently in queues, occasionally doing fates to help with the leveling. Hey, Pierce. And I prefer actual historical war scythe, though there are actual historical treatises on fighting with agricultural scythes like that. Hey, I'm just saying this looks way cooler. But of course you would prefer the historically accurate version. You're Mr. History buff. Me, I love the fantastical over the top, just farmer scythe. Hiya! Yeah, actually, I played up until 4 a.m. since the queues were actually manageable then, but it's just impossible to get back in. Yeah, I mean, I lucked out. I expected that when I woke up at early this morning at like 3 a.m. I expected the queues to be absolutely fucking ridiculous. So I just immediately turned my computer on. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna put myself in the queue, go do a shower, Nope, only 32 people in queue. I was like, well, Miss Lady Luck, I'll take that little olive branch you've sent my way with a happy smile. Thank you. I'm not going to complain. Of course, I did end up having to do my shower, but I did it really fast, so I wouldn't get kicked out. One sad thing is the HUD exploit doesn't work anymore. But before you could pull up the HUD and then you could go AFK for like over a half hour, and it wouldn't kick you out because it would consider you in HUD being active. They unfortunately, with the Endwalker patch, they patched that out. So now, even if you're in the HUD, if you're not doing anything, you're still considered idle. So it will kick you out after a half hour. So I had to take a really quick shower this morning. It was like, I really quickly like ran my character around and then sprinted to the bathroom, threw everything off, turned on the shower, threw the shampoo in my hair while it was still half dry, you know. Just did everything as fast as possible, then hopped out. It's the most ghetto-ass shower I've ever done. Playing at night this early in the morning seems to be the way to go for the time being. Yes, really early in the morning, like ungodly hours early in the morning, or really fucking late at night, where to the point where it's almost morning. Which is honestly good because it's just unfair for everyone waiting in the queue. It's a good thing at the end of the day. It's just unfortunate, like when I'm trying to exploit it, I have a problem with it. Used to do that with crafting too. You could craft an item AFK for a while and not get kicked, but didn't work last night though. Yeah, it looks like all the exploits that the player base has been using to stay logged in past a reasonable time has unfortunately run out. Like, the devs were like, we're on to you, assholes. And they just patched it all out. So all the exploit. Now we gotta figure out new ones. It's like, if I pole dance on a specific item, or if I force an enemy to attack me at lower levels. You know, things like that. Like, people are just gonna be like, time to start experimenting and figuring out what else will work. To prevent me from getting kicked while I go do taxes or something. Alright, so we're over the 10-minute mark, just because I'm going to forget, and it's almost sunset. Gotta turn on my little lamp there. That way I can be seen. And we're going to get underway with the Reaper. We're going to plow right through the rest of the Reaper story. If anyone has not finished that and would like to prevent themselves from being spoiled, here's the stream's overall spoiler warning. Once I finish Reaper's quest line, the rest of the Reaper's story quests, I'm then immediately moving into the Endwalker MSQ. No resting on ceremony. I might, like, give people, like, a quick, like, just a small hangout session of just me chatting with the chat who would like to avoid MSQ spoilers and haven't touched it and would just like to chat and hang with me for a few minutes. I might do that gap in between finishing Reaper and starting the MSQ. But outside of that, there's not much ceremony I'm going to be holding off on. I want to get to the end. I want to start Endwalker MSQ so badly right now because, as it is, so much of my Discord are clearly talking about it and are trying not to spoil me, while at the same time eagerly want to talk to each other about it. So, to alleviate their concern of spoiling me, I want to get, and also to satisfy my absolute ravenous desire to get into the MSQ. We're just gonna start it today. I'll be right back, mate. Mate, thanks for heads up. Yep, no problem. Alright, so let's get Reaper underway. Let's get it straight through the way.
Well, if it ain't Shroud, you heading in?
Indeed I am. Open the door. Open the door, peasant! I have a task. Well, several tasks I would like to complete.
Alright,
Drusilla, my dear mentor. How are you? I should probably put on my headphones. Gotta have those musical cues. I feel like I just walked into a mobster's dressing room or something.
Apologies, Shroud, but we're still waiting on our Negus to come through. There's not much for you to do around here until then, unless you have a knack for cleaning. Herman is good at wheedling out promising stories and whatnot, But getting to the truth of those stories is a craft as delicate as weaving. I'm sure you've seen firsthand how one bad bit of information can lead to elaborate plans coming apart at the seams.
Oh, definitely. It's not the information you get right that can define whether the plan goes well or not. It's the information you get wrong. Boss! Boss!
Uh-oh. Calm down, lad. Breathe. What's gotten into you?
It's Arnegus. He's been murdered. What?
The fuck? What? Tell me, I heard that wrong. I'm afraid no. The brass blades found him half buried in the sands not bells ago. Just lying there like some bloody animal carcass. They're bringing him to Eralig's burial chamber as we speak.
Oh boy. That's not a good sign.
Whoever did this doesn't know the reckoning they've got coming. Before I'm done with them, they'll be begging to crawl back into their mother's womb. I want justice as much as you, Herman. I do. But it's times like these we need to look to the boss for guidance. As you can see, Shroud, emotions are running high. I should stay here until Herman cools off. Can you let the boss know we're standing by and waiting for her command? Like as not, she's gonna pay her respects.
Yeah, boy. Was not expecting that. It's good. It's quite good you're in for a treat. The MSQ or the Reaper story quest, or both. Greg, how you doing? Alright. Thaumaturge's Guild. Alright. We'll hop over to the Thaumaturge's Guild. Lightning Lunatic, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. The MSQ, you haven't tried Reaper yet? Ah, okay. Gotcha. I mean, I figured it is. I'm excited to actually start it up. I will let it be known, I gave the rest of the player base and the rest of the viewer base of my streams, I gave everybody, which reminds me, I should probably start numbering these. I gave everybody a almost 48-hour head start on the MSQ. So I want that on record.
Sorry, Shad, I ain't in the mood for chit-chat. Where's the bloody keeper?
My lady, prithee, the dead mustn't be let to rest.
The dead are going to have one more among them if you don't shut your trap and listen. The brass blades brought in a body not long ago. Show me to it.
Ah, yes, that they did. But are you the deceased family? If not, I'm afraid we cannot.
Family? Family? Arnegus was like a son to me.
Like a son. Ordinarily that would be... He is interred in the innermost coffin. However, I must advise you not to gaze upon the body. If she insists, then so be it.
Gods damn it, Arnegus. I told you not to go and get yourself. Don't, Shard. This isn't for you. I'm sorry for barging in here, for all the bluster. If you could forgive my rudeness, promise me that Arnegus gets sent off well and proper.
Of course he shall be. However, if you wish to inter him within the city gates, well, such sought-after space comes at no small expense.
I don't care what it costs. Just send your man to Lemur's headquarters to collect what you require.
Brian, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Shad, I appreciate you coming to find me. But there's someone else I have to speak with first. I'm in the stone's throw. Come along if you please, but come along in silence.
I mean, that's our speciality most of the time. Yeah, I'm doing pretty much all better. I don't have my taste buds back, but that'll be a while. You love an Endwalker? Nice. I haven't started it yet, so don't spoil it for me. I am still doing Reaper. I'm giving the rest of the player base as much of a head start as I can, but I can only hold in my own eagerness and excitement for so long. So the moment we finish Reaper, I'm gonna pretty much start Endwalker's MSQ right after that. So. It returns quickly. So do I. I have I have the FF14 cookbook. I would like to start making recipes from. And I can't exactly enjoy the cookbook and its results without my damn taste buds. So, gotta patiently wait for those to come back. You're doing Ninja as your MSQ, been also trying Reaper and Sage on the side. Love them both, by the way. I haven't touched Sage, probably won't, but I've been enjoying the hell out of Reaper. Aesthetically, it's definitely my main class at this point. Will it take over Dark Knight as my overall main class? I don't know. Probably. I mean, I really enjoy the playstyle. And it's super straightforward, too.
This is where Arnegus' dear wife earns her living. Best get this over with.
Lion Lunatic, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. Share some pretzels while I wait for a queue. Well, I appreciate the pretzels. I do. It's a lot more fun than expected. And yeah, I'm just not a big... I just don't do healers. I leveled the one healer, that's it. And I also am trying to level Astrologer, but even then I've kind of put that on massive pause.
More gil for the cause.
Arnegus never forgot the debt he owed you. The debt we both owed you. Even so, his loyalty ran even deeper than that. It's a strange thing to look back on the people we were, a decade younger and a lifetime more foolish. Young lovers, proud patriots, blissfully ignorant, and returning to the Locus Ominous, the cradle of our people. A triumphant homecoming for the Garleans after centuries in exile. The once mighty invaders who've been laid low and driven back whence they came. And it was a banner day when Arnegus was honored with a post there. The honor and pride quickly faded when we saw the truth of Locus Ominous. we hadn't just defeated our enemies, we'd clap them in irons and condemn them to a life of servitude. Descendants of those who'd driven our ancestors north so many generations ago, made to pay for the crimes of their forebears. His superiors were certainly pleased with the poetry of it all. Our Nagus, however, could not simply look away from their suffering, let alone take pleasure in it. Confronted with the reality of the place we would call home, his conscience demanded he take action. He began cooperating with the resistance, but the eyes of the Frumentarium are all-seeing, and before long he was ousted as a sympathizer. 'Twas only by the grace of good fortune that we escaped with our lives. I've often lain awake at night, wondering if he had outlived his usefulness to the resistance, or perhaps it was a petty senior officer that orchestrated our fall. Regardless of the cause, the outcome was the same. We could never return to the Empire. We fled to Eorzea by way of Radzatan, the only route open to us. Wasn't soon after stepping foot on the docks of Limsa Laminza that your luck ran out, as I recall. Stopped by yellow jackets and accused of being Imperial spies. Aye, but we still managed to make an escape. We ran and ran, terrified that our pursuers would one day catch up to us. That is, until we met you. Had you not taken us under your wing when you did, I shudder to imagine our fate. Your gratitude's the last thing I deserve, lass. If I hadn't sent our Nagus off to my damned fool's errand, he'd still be alive. It was Orcus that killed him, and no mistake. He died for my vengeance. I can't tell you how sorry I am. No, you needn't apologize. I know he was happy. So long as he was helping you, he was happy. The blame for his death doesn't rest on your shoulders. It rests on the man, the monster, that murdered him in cold blood, and I expect you to see he answers for this crime. For me, and for our Nagus. I will, lass, I will. On this I swear everything that I have to swear. Hey. We need to talk, Shroud. Somewhere with fewer prying eyes. Come meet me at the bridge to the north. Man. I really want to kill this void scent. Though I sense a twist about the void scent coming. I just don't know what it's going to be yet. Hey, Kiwi! Ah, of course not, Kiwi. I can't help but dispose of bodies. The water's too shallow, see? No, the other bridge in Thanalan, on the other hand, near Camp Drybone. Now that's where you dispose of bodies. I owe you an apology, Shroud, for not telling you everything about me and Orcus from the start. I dragged you into a fight against a foe that's cunning, brutal, and utterly merciless. I thought with all of us together, we'd tip the scales in our favor. But I was wrong, and our Nagus paid the price for my hubris. That void scent we tracked in the Black Shroud was likely one of Orcus's minions, but I was too caught up in my grand scheme to realize it at the time. I should have thought about why it tried to hide that body. Your common void scent wouldn't have the guile to bury a kill. But what if Orcus taught it that as a way to throw trackers off its scent, and to dangle bait for me and mine? Orcus has used the same trick in the past, and he knows what we know that we know it too. By dispatching his minions, we drew his attention. Our Nagus was a warning. Orcus doesn't give his prey swift deaths. He toys with them, cuts into them, and savors his screams. That's how I knew he was responsible. It's like a signature, the way he leaves the bodies when he's had his fill. I only pray our Nagus doesn't take that suffering with him to the next life. Orcus will be coming for you or me next. Not right away, though. That'd be giving up the game. He wants us to keep looking over our shoulders, sleeping with one eye open. He'll wear us down without even lifting a finger.
Really does feel like a mafia movie all of a sudden.
And when he finally strikes, we'll be dead in our feet. Playthings for him to do with as he pleases. That won't do. We need to bring the fight to him. No more waiting around for a lead to come to us. It won't be easy, but can I still count on your help?
For our dapper friend.
Thank you, Shroud. And if you've got no qualm risking life and limb to fight for our Nagus, to fight for me, then I've got no qualm calling you a member of my family.
I guess I'm part of the Lemur family now.
Family. A curious word, that.
Oh, this is our friendly neighborhood void scent. And he's Sharlayan? He's got a third eye.
Bloody. It's him, Shroud. Orcus.
Credit where credit's due, he looks pretty badass.
Some persistent rats were nibbling at my tail. I should have known by their stench it was you and yours, Drusilla. Or should I call you... granddaughter?
Was not expecting that twist.
Shut your mouth, you thrice damned monster! Monster? Is that any way to greet a beloved elder? Children these days. It seems one death wasn't punishment enough for you. A second should suffice for this scant remainder of your being. Shroud, we're ending this here and now. Follow my lead.
I'll follow your lead. I'll do the exact same move you just did.
I thought we might savor our reunion for a while longer. But if you insist, I shall feast upon your beating heart here and now. Die! Ah, naught but dregs left in that desiccated vessel of yours. Too long has the hide been left on the sun. But your family has been replenished with fresh blood, I see. My, and what a bounteous soul this one has. Your sight may be dull, but your eye is as sharp as ever. Blinding as the sun, pure as the snow. Delectable as a boar slathered.
Fuck was that? That felt like a Van Daniel move right there. Morgan Tempest Lupus, how are you doing?
I had thought to make a quick meal of you, but perhaps just this once. Forbearance is in order. Such a singular specimen must be given time to fatten, to fulfill its succulent potential. 'Twould be a travesty to consume you ere you achieve perfection. When your soul is ripe with fear, swollen with hatred, and fit to burst with despair, I shall return for you, Shroud, and I shall gorge.
You know, normally I'm flattered when someone talks about how much they want to gorge on me, but I'm going to make an exception in this case.
Until that time, sup well, my growing whelp.
Very fitting it was raining during that.
Curse these old bones. He was right in front of me. I could have ended it in one swing. For a moment, just one moment, I saw it all again. My family slaughtered, lying at his feet, my life slipping away. And that was enough. Doubtless you have more than a few questions. I'll answer them, I promise. But now's not the time, trust me. Standing around kicking the sand won't change what's done. Let's return to the headquarters and let the wind cool our heads. Then we can consider our next course of action.
What a gay thing you read lately? What 40k thing? Yeah. Ah. Alright, let's hop over and check in with the family. You're still waiting to get into the game? For me, I woke up around 2-3 a.m. and I logged in and there was only 32 people ahead of me in the queue. I got in pretty early this morning. Oh, oops. And I've been logged in since. I've been logged in since around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. this morning. Spent most of the day trying to get to 80, which I finally successfully did not too long ago. Though I suppose a lot of the queue's really bad right now because it's midday as opposed to ungodly early in the morning.
Welcome to the family.
Sorry. In a 1.8 queue and then got booted as soon as got into place 1. Well, that sucks. You're waiting in the queue that started at 2.1k. Well, seemingly stuck at 98. I believe it'll. Don't worry, it'll progress. You'll get in, I'm sure. I have faith.
It was my own fault. If I hadn't stood there slack-jawed, if I wasn't so damn slow, we'd be rid of that abomination once and for all. When you saw what you saw used to be my grandfather, before Orcus took over, he looks green enough to be my own grandchild now. Trick of the void, like as not. It's no secret that if a void scent doesn't want to devour you, it probably wants to take possession of your flesh. But Orcus has a particular talent for it. And as you doubtless surmised, he's got an insatiable craving for ether. Killing is only a prelude to the act of gulping down our essence, like a draught of ale after a day's work. He's old. I can't say exactly how old, and he's acquired a taste for the finer things. Seems your soul counts among the finest he's ever seen. Things just keep getting better for us, don't they? Wouldn't be the first time. It's true! It's true! This would not be the first time someone's gone after our soul. He can keep his bloody fangs to himself. I'll say the second one. Please send me more good vibes. I'm sending you all the good vibes, child. You'll get hit soon enough. That I read the name lately, looked in some books. He is the D&D Demon Lord of Undeath. Ah. Still at 3,703 people ahead of you? Hey, it's working its way down to 0. Don't worry. Truth be told, you don't seem nearly as frightened as I would have thought. Guess it's better to be prized for something than nothing, eh? Any road, it's clear that safety is no longer something we can take for granted. Not even in a crowded street. Not even in the middle of the day. Keep your eyes peeled and watch out for those terrible red eyes. I love how instead of we're sitting ducks, we're sitting chocobos for the moment. But I'll think of something, and I'll send for you as soon as I can. Until then, never sleep far from your scythe. Don't worry, I'll spoon with my scythe when I sleep at night. I'll make sure not to tongue it though. That might result in a split tongue. It's like, baby, I love you. Snake tongue. Alright, we can immediately grab the next quest. Glad to see Orcus hasn't sunk his teeth into you yet, Shroud. Don't go thinking he's given up on trying, though. He's out there, savoring you from a distance. Can't resist checking in on his prize, just as he can't resist seeking out morsels to tide him over to his feast. The reports we've received of a man pale as death skulking about the sands is proof of that. And then there's the matter of this blunted dagger. We don't know who sent it, but we do know what it means. It's a warning commonly used by the less savory elements of in Uldar. A warning that the next will be delivered sharp and straight to our bellies. More fool them. They've no notion of what we've faced and lived, thinking we'd soil our small clothes over empty threats. Let's hope it's nothing more than that, lass, seeing as we need to follow up on those reports sooner than later. Anyone fancy a bit of fresh air? If we catch a whiff of Orcus's foul stench, all the better. Shroud, I want you to ask around near Blackbrush Station, and I'll head to Stone's Throw. When you're done, meet me there and we'll share what we've dug up. Yes, ma'am. You know of an adult I know of an adult anime slash hentai that has the forked tongue thing. It's a great manga, let me tell you. I would know. Do I have shame? No, I do not. To quote Samuel L. Jackson, yeah, I love anime. Hentai, too. Come on, I play Final Fantasy XIV. Obviously, I'm a connoisseur. I am a man of culture. Who works in an office? Yes. And romantic encounters with her Kohai co-worker, who is a younger employee. I recognize that self-assured stride. The mark of a man ready to take on the world and then some. You must be the Eorzean Reaper that boss sent word about. I'm almost disappointed to tell you nothing is amiss. The soldier in me would have loved to see a Reaper in action. I once fought in the Imperial Army, though you wouldn't think it to look at me now. I served proudly under Lord Valens in my youth, until the day he ordered us to use common folk as fodder in some pointless skirmish. I refused, and was sentenced to death for my candor. Needless to say, I didn't keep that appointment. Yeah, fuck Lord Valens. Compared to that evil, toothless threats and ghosts are no bother, but the less jaded are more excitable. One lass in particular has been jumping at shadows.
She claims to have seen all manner of terrors, but I suspect she'd be startled by her own reflection. Still, if you want to lend an ear to her delusions, you can find her in Lost Hope. Why, thank you, good sir. Mommy. Elegant woman.
Ah, oh hello, who are you? Oh, did Drusilla receive my missive? She's sent someone to rid us of this terrible evil waiting in the wings? Truly, she cares for us all, as if we were really her flesh and blood, which is more than I could say about my own. Not once have I longed to return to the life of comfort I left behind in Garlemald, and I have Drusilla to thank for that. She isn't the reason I left home in the first place, of course. Had I not met my beloved, I would likely still be feasting on lemon cakes in ignorance. In ignorance of love, of freedom. I found the former in Garlemald, and the latter in Eorzea. As our new life blossomed into something beautiful. Not every day has been easy, not even most days, but Drusilla's watchful eyes kept us safe, and our freedom is worth any measure of hardship. Such terrible fear gripped my heart when my beloved told me of the pale man he spied on the sands. But now that the family has come to help, I can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm sure you wish to know precisely where to find that horrid creature, but I cannot help half as well as my beloved might. Seek him in the southeast, and pray put an end to this nightmare.
Yes, ma'am. Now we gotta find her beloved, who has hopefully not been diced up into small cubes. Family can be cruel. That's true. Most of my friends agree with the adage that true family is the one you make, not necessarily one you're born into. But one you're born into can be good. It's about how it all kind of comes together.
Thou devilled mists and hunter doth now tread, tracking the scent of quarry others dread. In darkest night, cry for a keeper. Lo, by your side he walks, the Reaper.
Apologies for the effusive display, friend. I'm a poet, you see, and cannot resist putting into words the flood of emotions that accompany such a striking figure as yours. Orcus? No, lithe dandy.
Monster!
The bloodlust emanating from this void send is potent and powerful. Alright. The song Don't Fear the Reaper. Yeah, that would be fitting for this quest in particular. Alright, drop the dot. Double up the dot. Oh, I killed him before I did the full combos I wanted to do. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my savior, my godsend. Would that I could have aided you, but alas, a poet's pen is of little use in battle. Unless, of course, that battle involves not swords and scythes, but words. Just ask the sire of my beloved, who is even now licking the wounds dealt by the invective verse I composed after he had the gall to forbid our union. A masterwork of scathing metaphor and subtle remonstration. Alas, for all their pretensions, nobles are anything but subtle in their rage. We were forced to flee, to abandon our homes, with only our love for sustenance. Nevertheless, I have regretted not a single moment of our life in exile. In Eorzea we found an unexpected treasure. Freedom. freedom of mind and freedom of heart. But I digress. Surely you do not seek me out simply to save my life, and leave with a nod and a smile. Do you wish to commission a poem? The Pale Man. Aye, I encountered him whilst wandering these arid wastes in the search of inspiration. I felt the gaze of some terrible presence upon my back, and when I turned to meet it, he was standing there, grinning like a butcher in a bullpen. He wore robes much too thick for those scorched sands, and his skin looked as if it had never been kissed by the blazing sun. Worst of all, his eyes were as two bottomless pools of blood. I feared my end had come, but then he vanished as quickly as he had appeared. Perhaps I've been reckless. Recent incidents make it clear that the cost of inspiration is higher than I'm willing to pay. I shall return to my beloved for both my safety and hers. Thank you again, my savior. No problemo. Ooh, look at that starry sky. That is a lot of stars. I speak with Drusilla at Stone's Throw.
Riding on a highway. Yeah. Riding on a highway.
Playing Tetris earlier, got 370,000 points at 190 lions, level 19. Pretty solid run. Nice. I don't really play Tetris. I know of the game, I just don't play it.
There you are. And? Another one of his accursed minions. Well, I suppose we can take comfort in the fact that none of the family came to harm. Yourself included. Well done. Speaking of which, what do you think of this family you've been thrust into? Speak freely. I haven't lived this long by taking offense at opinions I don't want to hear. I'm surprised you've all survived this long. Seems like any other family to me. Doesn't matter what I think, does it? And it doesn't, but that's kind of nihilistic. First one's kind of mean. Second one is not true. They're definitely unique. I guess the more nihilistic one is the closest to any answer I want to give. If you say so, I reckon you don't hate us, and that's good enough for me. End of the day, we're just a ragtag band of outcasts unfit to live under the Empire's boot. Yours truly included. Much as some enlightened types might tell you otherwise, people like to have a say in the life they lead. That's what separates us from the bugs over there. Born queens, workers, drones, bred into rows and grains so deeply they wouldn't know how to live otherwise. For the glory and prosperity of the hive. Okay, that's an interesting metaphor for Garlemald. One I have not heard. JH Master Hero CH, welcome to the stream! Your story quest was so good, can't wait till it's a new game plus option added so I can play it again. I mean, yeah, is it not? I would think like it would all have been added by now to New Game Plus, or maybe that's done in later patches. I don't know. I figured it would be in the initial patch. But welcome to the stream. How are you? But we've got it in us to be different. Might be born into farming, soldiering, or politicking, but we can choose to walk a different path whenever the fancy should strike. Tain't our nature to accept our lot without question. No, we have to believe in something. Put our faith in it. Only then will we deign to march in step. And indeed, faith of a savage stripe is one way to get us dancing to the same tune. Others might be compelled through faith in logic or law, intangible, invisible, yet cause enough for killing and conquering if it suits the queen. The invaders have sullied our birthright for 8 centuries. Damn it, Silk. There's our boy.
No longer we march for Locus or Menos. With a few righteous words, his radiant Solus Zosgalvus whipped the hive into a frenzy. Once that fire is burning, the passion of the masses can't soon be quelled. What was once a wish for home became a holy mission to spread enlightenment. Enlightenment which would not suffer such beliefs as the beastmen held. Countless scores rendered up their lives on the altar of the Empire, until an entire continent was united under a single Magitek fist. For those who still dreamed the dream of unity, a deed worthy of song. Yet some awoke to see it for the tyranny it was, my grandfather Rulus included. The talents of the Reapers are passed down through bloodlines. Rulus was the best of us, the most accomplished and feared in the Order's long history. The duty of the Reapers, our role in the hive, if you will, was to deliver our countrymen from corrupt and power-hungry tyrants. When Garlemald found religion in conquest, its appetite grew to be insatiable. My grandfather pondered this conundrum for many sleepless nights, and came to a decision. He would relieve Solus Zosgalvus of his life.
Yeah, we know that didn't work. Nor would it have.
20 years ago, he slipped into the deepest chambers of the Imperial Palace, silent as a shadow, until he could hear the Emperor's beating heart. Yet when Rulus returned to me, Solus was alive and well. My grandfather, on the other hand, had a skittishness to his step, and his back hair had turned a pale white. He said naught of his encounter with the Emperor, save that the most powerful man in Garlemald was no man at all.
Ah, he discovered an Ascian.
Shamed in his defeat, my grandfather sought greater power. Bit by bit, he gave more of himself over to the void sent behind his avatar. Orcus struck when Rulus was weakest, taking his flesh and soul in one fell swoop. When he was finished, not a mote of my grandfather remained in that body. There was only Orcus. The fiend flew into a rapturous frenzy, and my family were his first victims. I remember the chill of his teeth sinking into my flesh, gnawing until they reached my very essence.
How I'm standing here before you, then? Oh, Orcus gorged on a soul that night, but it wasn't mine. Not exactly. It was my avatar that filled his belly. Seems that was all he could stomach. Oh, so she lost her avatar. Some might consider that a lucky twist of fate, but I had little time to ponder my fortune. Fled soon as I was able. His radiance never looked kindly on those trying to end his life, or their families. I wandered about for years until I settled here and started seeking out others like me. Others who had awoken from the Empire's dream. Lemurs is what we call the spirits of the dead in the Garlean tongue. A fitting moniker for if there ever was one, waking up from a long sleep. Ain't unlike climbing out of the grave. I can attest to that. So the Lemurs are pretty much the Walking Dead.
Son of a bleeding... Remind me not to give such long-winded speeches when the sand is blown in my face. I'm heading back for some ale. See you at the headquarters.
I am fascinated by the tie-in that they've done here with Emmett Selk. Because, is this... Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this the first class that has directly tied its story in with one of the main characters? No. Dragoons with Estinian. Never mind. I totally ghosted on that. Nope, this is not the first class to directly tie in with a MSQ character. Okay, so that totally nuked that idea that popped in my head. Yeah, because Estinian with the Dragoons. Yeah, it's a... Yeah, well, either way, it's one of the few that has worked its story in with... Because most of them don't do that. At least that I recall. Because other than Estinian and the Dragoons, I don't think any other class does that. That I've done, to be fair. Yeah. Out of the classes I've actually played or started playing, none of the rest of them do that. Gunbreaker. I'm playing through Gunbreaker. So far in Gunbreaker storyline, there isn't an MSQ character involved, but I haven't tried Red Mages, so nope. I wouldn't know that. Healers? I mean healers? Oh, that was a trip and a half. What'd you take some LSD? Interesting. I also do like what I do like though is that in this Reaper quest line though, they don't spoil anything for Shadowbringers in there. Even though you would, at this point, you would be in the midst of Shadowbringers and you would know who Emmett Selk is. I still like how they didn't explicitly say anything or reveal anything there. I do like that. Gabriel Electro, welcome to the stream. How you doing? He's like, I missed quite a bit. Sad times. Are you having fun with the Reaper? Haven't had the privilege of playing it. Yeah, I'm having a blast with Reaper. Right now, I'm just finishing up. I'm finishing up the quest line for Reaper right now. At least up to level 80. And then once that gets wrapped up, then it's MSQ time.
Welcome back, boss. How was the family? Shaken, but unharmed aside from some tousled hair and mangled verse. Orcus left one of his minions behind as a gift, but Shroud made quick work of it. I always said he was a keeper. I have an eye for the fierce of heart. I wager he could slay Orcus all on his own. Not that we'd let him take all the glory. Of course we wouldn't. We'll all be there when Orcus tries to take his prize, and I don't think we'll be waiting long either. Orcus said he'd strike when Shroud was ripe with fear and hatred and despair, seasonings he's loath to forego. I've an inkling how he might try to draw out those emotions, and finish off a half-eaten meal besides.
Right you are, Drusilla.
Ah, fuck.
How many nights did you mourn your lost avatar? The wellspring of your power. I must say it was quite the dish.
I think not. Move so much as a finger, and her head will hit the floor. Oh, that's it, Shroud. That fire! I want to see it burn. I want to see it rage. I want to see the hatred seep into the depths of your soul. Shall I make this Drusilla's final breath? Or this one? Or it is so very hard to choose. I was right not to give in to my baser instincts. to allow the thought of your taste to simmer in my mind as you and Drusilla formed a bond, a kinship even. Born from an understanding of our inconsequential ideals, that you may better appreciate the bitter loss. But perhaps I should wait a while longer, to let the flavor of your hatred mature, and the tang of your malice ripen. I can make use of Drusilla yet. Revel in her screams, exult in her misery. Ah, how splendid it will be. All the while, my prize piglet growing fat with loathing and succulent with terror. Patience rewards the dutiful gourmand. After all, when your tantalizing flavor is fully matured, I shall return and I shall reap my harvest.
Knew that joke had to be made by somebody. Reaping of harvests. I knew that had to be in there somewhere. Fuck that guy. Have you said that before? I don't know. I know a couple people have said it before. That they enjoy my voice acting. I don't hear it that often, though. So, can't be that amazing. Goddamn void-sent bastard! Soulless piece of shite! You think Herman Swive the sodden demon spawn? Orcus is going to pay for this? Yeah, we need to think. We need to be rational. Need to be logical. Rage is reserved for the moment of battle. I know. Now's not the time to lose my temper. Deep breaths, cool heads. Right, we need a plan. First things first, find out where Orcus is hiding. The rest of the family should be able to help with that. In the meantime, you need to prepare. I know you're good, Shroud, but we can't leave the boss's life to chance. Sharpen your skills and your scythe. Then sharpen them once more. The boss can do naught against Orcus without her avatar. That means you'll have to do with the heavy lifting. Of course, I'll do what I can to afford you an advantage. You can count on that. For Drusilla. Alright. Alright. I'm assuming this next one is the final quest in the Reaper storyline. So let's do it. Enshroud and Shroud Gauge. Perfect! The name comes full circle. Shroud Scythe. The name, which I haven't changed, by the way, since I made this character. Shroud Scythe. The character I've been playing for over 700 hours now, I believe. 700 hours, and finally I'm playing a class that fits the last name with abilities that fit the first name. Enshroud and Shroud Gauge. God, I'm proud of myself, and I didn't even know Reaper existed when I made the name. Or was going to exist. When I get my hands on him, oh, Shroud... Listen, we found out where the boss is being held, but I'm warning you, the how of it isn't pretty. What the... An envelope arrived at headquarters this morning. An envelope arrived in headquarters this morning. I opened it. Inside was shite. Inside was the letter written in blood. There's no doubting whose it was. Orcus is revealing his own cruelty. The letter said he's waiting for us at the Dusk Vigil. Gods know what he's doing to her now. Dusk Vigil? Of all places. I've called on every able-bodied member of the family for this one. We're heading out as soon as everyone's assembled. That's it? No offense, but we're fucked. Herman and Mo are waiting outside. We're ready to repay the debt we owe Drusilla, with our lives if we must. With souls courageous, hearts of hardened steel, for leaders' sake, for family's ideal, into the demon's lair they soon shall tread, to end his terror foul, his reign of dread. It's actually a good poetry.
The boss would beam with pride to see this group of cold-blooded killers. Alright, Shroud. We're ready when you say the word.
This is a job for a Reaper and a Reaper alone. Face Orcus and you won't be coming back. First one. I gotta go solo.
What? Now we might not hold a candle to the likes of you, but we've got skills. You'll need someone to distract Orcus, right? Then you can move in for the kill while his back is turned. Don't tell us to stay here with our thumbs up our asses while the boss is suffering.
Don't make me repeat myself, just so I wouldn't want you throwing your lives away. Second one.
What do you know about what she wants? Listen, maybe he's right. I know he's right, goddammit. Doesn't mean it doesn't chafe. The boss wouldn't trust just any man with the Reaper's arts, and Shroud has proven himself worthy time and again. If you're going alone, take that with you. For the boss, no self-respecting Reaper can reap without their scythe.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy them, Nicholas.
Now go and make Orcus rue the day he crossed into this world.
They did the Garlean salute too. Never thought I'd be happy to see that, but... Right. Salute! Salute! Alright, here we go. Wrapping up Reaper. I believe this is the wrapping up. Yeah. Here we go. I do find it weird that we're going all the way there to Dusk Vigil. Dead can't build a better tomorrow. You all better stay alive. That's the truth. Minimal casualties if and when possible. All right. Time to head to Dusk Vigil. I always love the music here. Well, I'm assuming it's set here because I don't know, something about like a snowy backdrop for like a final confrontation always holds such like weight to it. So same with like the desert for some reason doesn't hold the same weight. It holds different weight. They still can both be like very dramatic and powerful backdrops to a final confrontation. But something about snow and cold has a more dreary kind of dark feeling. Whereas something like Thanalan or Alamigo with like a desert-like environment where it's very sunny, very heat-filled, it doesn't work as well. Unless it's raining. Raining can achieve the same thing, but even then it's still not to the same like drab, macabre kind of feel that snow, ice, and cold can bring. Desert usually brings more excitement, more feeling of action, feeling of intensity and power, but not drab, not dark, not macabre, not so much. And yes, again, it's raining, and even then it's more somber than it is dark. Oh yeah, I have read the, I have indeed read, I've read the Dusk Vigil background. It is a very dark dungeon if you learn the backstory behind it. But for this story, I was wondering why it was Dusk Vigil.
There you are, Shroud, my prize repast. Come forward.
There's the bastard. Okay, that was badass.
I can smell it. Your fear. Your hatred. Your tender marbled soul. My masterpiece ripe for the slaughter. I'll savor every bite. Strip the flesh from your bones.
Fuck, I didn't finish reading it. I hate it when it takes away, like, my ability to read at my own pace.
How I hungered, how I thirsted, enraptured by the thought of your sweet essence trickling down my throat.
Never have I suffered so in waiting, but in beholding your magnificence I see it was worth every agonizing pang.
I do not expect you to leap.
By the way, credit to the music right here, this is fucking perfect.
Leap into my maw willingly, nor do I desire it. I want you to writhe and struggle unto your dying breath.
He has got a lot of health. I need to keep my dot on him. Double up on dot. Time to go down, asshole. Come on, come this way. Come on.
Very good. Defiance becomes you. Though it begins to bore me.
Ooh.
A noise, rather. 'Tis past time you bared your belly for my blade. Prey's sole purpose is to satisfy.
I say, this is the most cinematic class story quest so far. For, like, out of all the ones I've played. My word, your aim is terrible.
Ah!
Oh, really? Well, good thing hers isn't.
How? There should be nothing left of you.
Should have learned to chew your food more thoroughly.
Fools! The both of you! I won't die so easily!
Now our feast begins.
I don't want it to be easy. The first one's more menacing. Almost dead. Come on, baby. Come on. Time to die. Oh, whoops. I used the AoE attack. Woo! Got him. This ends now, Orcus. The honor is yours, Drusilla. And it is her. It's her place, not mine.
Thank you, Shroud.
Dripping with fear, boiled in hatred, I can still smell its exquisite aroma.
Oh, took his head right off.
Just a taste.
Hell yeah.
It's done. Let's get back to headquarters, Shroud.
Don't jinx me, please, Iwakos. Don't jinx me. I have had bad luck with that in the past.
Boss! Shroud!
We're back! And minimal casualties. Minimal being 0 in this case.
Sorry for causing you all no end of worry. In tracking me down, you risked life and limb, and for that I thank you. All of you. We didn't risk anything. We just sat here praying until you and Shroud walked through that door. Don't be so hard on yourself, lass. I know each and every one of you would have joined him if he hadn't talked you some sense into you. We owe you our lives, boss. We owed it to you to return the favor. You're more than I deserve. Who forces them they hold dear into a personal vendetta. Who leads family to their death. Our Negus was no fool. He knew and accepted the risks. He placed his faith in you, because he believed Orcus had to be stopped, and he was right. There'd be no more victims to mourn. He helped you to achieve that victory. It'd be enough for him, and it'd be enough for me. You're right. This ain't the time for sulking. Our Negus would be the first to tell me that. Now's that time to honor his sacrifice. To toast those we have lost, and those still by our sides. And to thank the brave souls that led us here. That means you, Shroud. Much as I'd like to take the credit for Orcus's demise. It was a long, bloody road, but this marks the end of our first assignment as a Reaper. Your first assignment as a Reaper. And what an assignment it was, eh? You might not be a Garlean, but you tackled your task with a singular resolve that had impressed the most hardened soldier. I'm proud to call you family. We may have founded the Lemurs to provide a home for wayward Garleans, but we're not so different. Garleans and Eorzeans. No great revelation in that, but moments like these help to put it all in perspective. This family was a dream that gave us the strength to survive in a strange land. But the beautiful thing about dreams, if you ask me, is that they can change. They can get better. So I say that, from this day forward, the Lemurs will be united not by origin, but by purpose. Brothers and sisters bound by shared convictions. I don't think anyone will object to that, boss. The Lemurs are ready to welcome people of all stripes. Starting with you, Shroud. That was all but official already, eh?
That pretty much was official.
Aye, here's to the birth of a new family, brother. What a day it's been, eh? But it'll be a while yet before I've got the occasion to yammer on that much again. Too much talking's liable to put me in a sentimental mood. Or worse, make me dewy-eyed. So let's leave it at that, eh? You ever get weary from the weight of the world on your shoulders? Know that our door's always open. And if you need an ear to bend, a shoulder to weep on, or a stiff bottle to jump inside, I'll be right here, brother.
Much appreciated, Drusilla. In terms of mentors, I'd say I'd put her up there with Frey. Like, she's in my top 2. I don't know if she's 1. Definitely up there. As your avatar sups upon the souls of... I did not read that fully. I saw avatar sups on souls. That's what I got out of that. Means excite paterni. Alright, soul gauge and shroud gauge. Alright, so... Okay, so it's kind of... This is gonna throw me. This shit's gonna throw me off. Red and blue. Why? Fuck. Now I don't know why my brain's gonna auto be like that's health points and that's mana points because video games have fucked me up. Now whenever I see a red bar and a blue bar combined, that's clearly a HP and that's MP. My brain is gonna do that a couple times. I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now. The shroud gauge signifies the strength of your bond with your avatar. When the gauge is sufficiently filled, you can execute Enshroud to temporarily serve as host for your avatar. Alright. Once enshrouded, the death gauge will display the time remaining to play host to your avatar as well as your stacks of Lemur Shroud, which are consumed to use powerful attacks such as Void Reaping or Communio, acquired at level 90. Okay, so I don't even have those abilities yet. Alright, where's Enshroud? Oh, I got put on shift. Okay, that's probably the best way to... no. It'll probably be better to put it... there. We'll try that. That'll probably be the best place to put it. Yeah. Offers your flesh as a vessel for your avatar. Yeah, I definitely want to put that in a key spot like that. Alright. Alright. We did it, ladies and gentlemen! Reaper is at level 80! Though my goal was 81. Though that may have been my goal, I don't want to waste time doing a whole nother level up just for a slight head start in the leveling for Endwalker. So, let me get my gear repaired here. And then we'll head over to Mordona. Oh, don't need to be repaired. Okay. I will take that as a victory dance. Alright. And I already have the best gear I can get right now for... I was hoping I would get a unique looking scythe for my troubles. Basically what I was hoping for was at the end of this quest line we were gonna get like another gear set for Reaper, including a new scythe. Just for the aesthetic, but I guess not. Which is fine. I don't hate the look of what I got. It's just I was hoping for another one maybe. Another new scythe. I'm on a collectathon for scythes now, clearly. Actually, there is one thing I wanted to look at before I forget. I don't think it's a thing, but I want to go to the Tempest real quick and see if there's Reaper gear for level 80. I'm just curious. I don't think there is. Your HP are at 0. You will die. I know. It's gonna throw me off. I'm telling you. So many video games. Red bar HP, blue bar mana points, and I'm gonna be like, no. I'm gonna be like half awake one of these days in an early stream, and I'm gonna be like, oh no, my health is almost 0. Everyone's around me is gonna have to be like, no, you fucking idiot. That's not your health bar. Like, yeah, okay. Alright, so that's right. Control D. Which I don't know why that got interrupted. Alright, so let's see if there's a set of Reaper gear. Again, probably not. I'm safely assuming. But we'll see. Oh no, we definitely had a bone to pick with Orcus by the end there. Just not anywhere near as big of a bone to pick as she had earned up over the years. Alright. Let's go DPS. Well, I'll be damned. Wait, hold on. Okay. So it's basically the same scythe we started out with. And okay, so wait a minute, what? Okay, so the gear we'd be getting here is basically the same gear we had before. Okay, come on. Does this look different at all? Not really. I still like the aesthetic more of that one, though, than I do. We'll glamour it over. Cypher Zero, welcome to stream. I'm not sure, but I think you can buy item level 530 gear at the Crystarium with Poetics. I don't think I have enough Poetics, to be honest. Actually, do I? I don't know. Yeah, I like that. I like the look of this kind of scythe better. Just more grungy, dirty, evil looking.
The edgelord in me wants this kind of scythe.
Plus, it gives me that Bloodborne vibe, and I fucking love Bloodborne. Alright, so currency. I have 1120 Poetics. Not much to brag about. But that's enough for some gear at the Crystarium. I don't know if it'll be better than what I got equipped, though. And what I got equipped is pretty good. Yummy. Not really, I can't taste it, but still. The caffeine will keep me alive. I'm caffeinated. Alright, so where is the... There's the vendor. Merwin's Merchant. Sundry Splendors. Let's see. Ooh. What's this look like? Nice! Is it better than what I got? It is! By a whopping 1 damage! Ah, okay, now I get it. This is where we'd be getting the gear. And that's all I can get, isn't it? Yep. I love that scythe. That looks fucking badass. It looks weird because of the curve. That's the only thing I'd change about this scythe, is that weird curve. But it looks fucking cool, so. Who am I to be bitching and moaning about it? I don't. Now, unfortunately, though, my gear all looks weird. So I'm gonna have to glamour that over. Just because it looks wrong. There we go. When I have enough poetics, I'll dispel that glamour so I can fit a full set of that gear on. But close enough. Alright, so that's the best in slot for what I got right now. Sign gear. Never played Bloodborne? Bloodborne is far superior. In my humble opinion. Because with Bloodborne is similar to Dark Souls. Obviously, it's the same exact formula. But it's the small things that they added with Bloodborne that really set the tone and set the vibe of it separate from Dark Souls. Not only do you have the Victorian aesthetic, but the way the game promotes aggressive gameplay, reposing with guns, the switch weapons, which are just fucking orgasmic. Just Bloodborne and the small, subtle changes it makes to the Dark Souls formula is what makes it all the infinitely more different on a subtle level from its Dark Souls core. I love Bloodborne. For me is the best game. Is the best game FromSoft has released in years. It's the top. It's the tippy top of all their games archive for me. That's including Demon Souls. That's including Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. I hold Bloodborne so high on the list. All right. Anyway, that aside, more donut time.
It is time, my friends. Time for more donut.
Revenant's Toll. It is time. Not yet. I'm gonna get to Mordona, and then if anyone here is still progressing or hasn't even started the Endwalker MSQ, now is the time for, like, if you want to talk to me about anything, you just want to chat and chill, now is the time. But if you have nothing more to say and you don't want to spoil yourself, you mind, now's the time to hop out. Because my MSQ Endwalker journey is about to begin.
Oh, we're so close.
You hope I enjoy the start? I hope I enjoy the start too. I'm just, my blood is boiling. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the MSQ. But like I said, now's the time. If anyone wants to just chat, ask me a question, anything like that, now's the time, ladies and gentlemen. And just to give you all time to think on anything you want to ask or talk to me about, I will hop into VC on the Discord. Excuse me. I would love to hang and talk, but I really want to experience this MSQ for myself, unlike I did for Shadowbringer. Shame on me. Have a good time, man. I'm sure I will too when I start. Alright, that's perfectly fine, man. Have a wondrous afternoon, Gabriel. I hope you get in the game, if you're not already in the game, soon. And enjoy the MSQ when you begin it. Maybe Treco... Triso?
Ornament, you say.
Hey, Kiwi.
Hello.
Hello. I'm just reading chat. I have an important question. How could you hold on until now without exploding? Well, doing the Reaper leveling and quest line held me at bay fairly well from exploding. Gave me something substantive. Plus, I'm a patient person. 24 hours plus patience. Anyway. If I were a loan shark, I would be more generous. I'd be like, I'll give you 3 days before I break your legs. 3 days. 3 days. As opposed to the standard 1 day. Better have the money for me in 24 hours. Shark.
Spoiler. The music is very good.
And I'd be shocked if it weren't.
Which is why which is why that's my spoiler. The music is very good. Because it's both true and everyone already expects it.
I mean, yeah. It'd be very odd. Like the day that the day that Final Fantasy XIV fails to live up to my expectations of its music is the day Soken leaves, probably. I
think that if and when Soken does either pass or decide that he...
I wasn't talking death, I was thinking retirement, but okay.
Yeah. When one of those two things happens, when he either decides to retire or sadly he becomes too ill to continue, they will find another excellent musician to replace
Have you seen the Soken conversation that he had with Alex Mukala?
No.
No.
I'll have to recommend that. Hold on.
I'm kind of watching your stream, but I haven't finished the REAPER quest, so I have you muted.
I don't know how
I already finished Reaper. Now I'm just patiently chatting last minute.
I don't know how you feel about doing a quick react. It's a 7-minute video.
I probably won't.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna dump it in there either way.
Spoiler-free heads up. Nah. You'll be fine.
Okay.
I mean, there's stuff that even we don't know yet, so.
Well, I'm assuming
really
I'm assuming you guys are at least decently far in by now.
I'm up to level 83 and about that far in the story.
I'm 82.
I finished the first half of it's like Shadowbringers. The first 2 zones are split in half, so you have to wait to go back to them till later. So I finished the first half of the first 2 areas. And I'm in the middle of the 3rd area, so decently far in.
Okay.
I'm in zone number 4.
So Lunatic, by the sounds of it, is the furthest in.
Yeah.
Well, I was held up in queue for a little over half an hour at one point.
Yeah, and when I decided to take a nap because I kept getting booted off the server, I went and slept for 8 hours. So, yeah. I fell a little behind.
Come on, guys! I gave y'all almost 48 hours head start.
I just have like adult responsibilities, so.
I was gonna go further last night, but then things happened in game, and my energy went from sky high to, oh my god, now I am drained.
Did someone hiccup?
No, I snorted. Sorry. Someone said something stupid.
Was it me?
No, it was something in-game.
Ah.
There's some real fun things coming up. some really interesting things too.
Have you guys had any feels bringer worthy moments yet?
Not yet.
Yes.
More funny than sad, but he's
so
the
far
furthest,
things
so.
have been either more funny or not upsetting, but
Okay, so no.
there haven't been any burst into tears and sob like a baby moments, but those didn't come till near the middle to end of Shadowbringers. So
Yeah, I'm just checking that I'm not about to get sniped in the gut.
I don't think
from the outset.
I don't think you should be needing emotional support cookies and tissues just yet. I mean, I haven't, and I'm more emotional than most people, so
I'm not terribly emotional, and I went on a roller coaster close to the end of Zone 3.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm just about there.
I'm not going to say anything other than bracing yourself will not help.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm just about there.
I doubt I'm gonna get there tonight, but
no. Both the areas you have to go through at first they're not like super long, but they're fairly long. But
long.
They're chunky.
I will give one thing that I appreciate about Thavnar more than anything else is the Beast Tribe is very easy to click on.
Don't tell me anything about them.
They're very easy to click on.
You've seen them already.
Oh yeah, are they the elephant people?
Yeah,
Yes.
They're very easy to click on. They're
Yeah,
gigantic.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite of Lalafell syndrome, where there's an
it's the
entire
opposite
crowd
of
around.
problem.
Entire crowd surrounds a Lalafell quest giver, and it's like, where the fuck do I click?
Actually, if you hold down, for me it's X. I'm not sure if that's the default. It'll turn off the names and the interaction with everybody but the NPCs, so you can just click on the NPCs.
Okay.
Even then, it's hard to see their quest icon.
It really kind of is. There were a couple of times when we had to interact with, I believe it was Kryl. She's so little.
The Kryl and Tataru being the resident Lalafells. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially, I can imagine in certain areas, if they're out in the open world for like quest grabbing, it would be a nightmare to grab their quests, especially like the moment everybody was doing.
I've found that mostly people form kind of a ring around the NPCs, at least on the server I'm on. There's like a small space in the middle where the NPC is, and you can almost feel the death glares if you run into the circle and stand on the NPC.
Wow, lucky you. I've just been dealing with mosh pits the entire time.
Yeah, my server at least kind of creates just a little space around the NPCs.
Oh man, I'm excited to start, but I'm also nervous to start.
You'll be fine. You made it through Shadowbringers. I'm pretty sure you'll be fine.
Starting MSQ? Yep. Hey, Symbiak Win Madao, welcome to stream. Yep, we're just about to start. I'm just chatting, checking in, giving people a second to give me fair warning about possible emotional moments before I go in, bracing myself. I haven't started yet. I'm about to shortly here.
Emmett Selk does narrate, so that's also a thing.
And he narrated in the trailer, so I assume that would carry into the game.
Yeah, some of it's reused. Some of the stuff's new.
Yeah, you'll recognize some of the launch trailer.
I can imagine. Hades is
are,
just in the afterlife. Currently, is just like holding out a book and is reading our story as it unfolds, while the other Ascians are all kind of like baby-sized, like over his shoulder as he's reading. I don't know why I picture that.
It gives me kind of what's his name? The guy who wrote like the Heaven's Word autobiography. Kind of gives me those types of vibes.
Count Edmund.
Yeah, Count Edmund.
Count
Edmund. Actor, by the way.
Yeah,
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, you only got your Tesleen moment 45 minutes in instead of 30. Oh, so there's another Tesleen-esque moment
No.
of shock.
At least I don't think so.
Not that I noticed, but
Okay.
A good chunk of the beginning, besides like interactions with certain people that I won't name at the moment, it's pretty like slice of life sort of feeling.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not as slow as Stormblood started out by a long shot.
I wish I had a sticky note. I gotta denote, like, where, like, after the stream, I finish up the stream, I gotta denote, like, the timestamps of, wins what. I still haven't done that for the last stream, actually. I gotta do that, too. Right. Well, I'm about to hop into the MSQ, so...
Have fun.
I have no doubt I will. I have no doubt I will.
Fun storming the castle.
Think it'll work?
It'll take a miracle.
Ah, Princess Bride. Holds up so well.
It does.
What about the ROUSs? Rats of unusual size? I don't think they exist. Ah!
God, I loved that movie.
Still, it's a classic. It's so quotable.
It really is.
I love when Vasily just helps.
One of the few times that I think the movie is better than the book. I've actually read the book. It's not as good as the movie.
Yeah. Hey, Andre the Giant apparently was so proud of, like, when he did that movie that apparently he carried a DVD with him wherever he traveled for wrestling, and would force everybody, like all his friends around him, to watch it with him. He would just watch it every night.
That is, like, weirdly wholesome.
Yeah, he was, because it's like the one movie he got to do, and he apparently had such an amazing time on set with the actors, and just had so many great friendships and moments making that film, that he just carried around the DVD wherever he went after the film came out, and just watched it all the time. It's very kind of like tear-jerky when you think about it, especially with... I can't remember how many years after the film came out, but it wasn't too many that he passed away. So
yeah, unfortunate genetic issues.
And when you have a body that big...
Well, that's why he had the body that big. He had a genetic issue.
Yeah. May he rest in peace!
Yep, may he rest in peace.
Alright.
Onward with the story.
Onward with the story. Have a great night, guys.
Forge ahead.
Forge ahead.
Forge ahead. Alright. Let's do this! Leroy Jenkins! Shad, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Aye aye. Hey, look, it's our whole squad. Oh, it's not voice acted. Let's take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of the ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel, and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it for a good while there. It seemed the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice, born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Forchanal's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Cryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized.
Music's building up, boys!
You're to head to Limsa Laminsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration.
Ah, the flicker of the ears.
The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long.
I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey.
Oh boy, the plot thickens.
Indeed.
Ah. Anosia.
Limsa Laminsa. To my home, away!
Just as I made captain of the Maelstrom. Which means I should have my own ship, damn it.
Give me my ship.
I already have a crew.
Oh, man. My heart is pumping. My blood is flowing. My excitement is in the air.
I am actually kind of giddy. Headpads for Tataru, indeed. Garlemald in deeper chaos as the Ulst time we heard about. What? That was possible at all. That one. I think that one got a bit of a translation issue. Man, the music is so reserved by comparison to how I'm feeling. My heart is just. Yeah, I need. I'll run to the bathroom before we go any further, just to make sure. Right, I'll be right back.
1 moment, please.
Alright. Alright, let's do this. You can't believe that in a way? Why? It's for me, it's easy to believe. When the leader of a faction dies, and there's a struggle for power, that universally and unilaterally always results in chaos. And that's in the real world. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I have my luggage. It's carry-on. It's called a scythe. And it is all a warrior's me needs. Ooh. New music track. I saw a couple familiar characters amongst the rabble. At the very least, they were dressed the same as previous characters we've seen in the past.
Loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Also,
schedule. Gotta love how the Brits say that. Here in America, schedule. Just over the pond, schedule. Right on schedule. Said that I'm late. YouTube, why you no notify me? Well, I've been live for 2 hours. I would hope that YouTube would spread the word by now. But welcome, Hunty. Better late than never. And you're not even that late if you're here for the MSQ part of it. Most of the stream was finishing up Reaper.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
it's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Thancred feeling the nostalgia and member berries all at once.
Member? Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
He's speaking cursive!
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Petty thievery.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I was about to say, I'm noting the Sir Estinian there.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Come on, it's big. It's Estinian Senpai or Oni-chan. You little shit. That's your older brother of another mother, but still. And they really are like brothers, to be honest.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
That's kind of... It's the first one. I'll bring them back safe and sound. At the cost of my own life, I'll do it!
I'll hold you to that.
You better.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Is this the first time we've heard them voice acted?
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
I think this is the first time. It's not too different from the voice I did for the guy.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're leaving everything in capable hands.
All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Yep.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Oh, man, I'm excited.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
It's the line from the trailer. Just want to give her, like, a real quick hug and be like, we'll be back, I promise. Preferably all of us alive.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
It'd be interesting having Hades slash Emmett Silk slash Solus Zagalvis voicing, narrating this expansion. Alright, so we're finally actually getting into the stuff we haven't seen before. Well, kind of. We've seen Sharlayan before, but like proper. Like walking around on our own time, looking around as we so please. Voice, you got my interests. Yes. Oh boy.
Bye, bye, bye.
Load faster, damn it!
My patience has ended. You called.
Alright, now I'm quoting Warcraft 3 lines.
I live only to serve.
Oh, don't hit me with the answers. Don't hit me with that.
Here. Feel.
Still the second best track in the whole game is Answers.
Think.
My favorite is Shadowbringer's theme.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
Right, where's my scythe? No! I want to go armed. Armed to the teeth! God, I love that song. It feels ominous hearing it in like this echo in the background though. Wait, are we gonna see Vinay? While we're waltzing on deck? Yep, there she is.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
A line that I'll have tattooed on my body at some point.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
So it is Hydaelyn, not Vinay? Well, everyone yelled at me. Okay, I want this on record. Everyone yelled at me when I was like, "Oh, that must be Hydaelyn." Everyone in chat's like, "No, it's clearly Vinay." Now, don't get me wrong. Vinay's more than likely, like, Hydaelyn's probably using Vinay's body, and technically Vinay and Hydaelyn would be one and the same, right? They'd be one and the same because Vinay would served as the heart of Hydaelyn. Doesn't change the fact, though, that everyone told me I was wrong. Well, not everyone, but several people in chat were very vocal that I was wrong when I called at the end of all the patches of Shadowbringers when I called Hydaelyn. They're like, no, that's Vinay. That's not actually Hydaelyn. Turns out, I was right. Sorry, I was correct. Now it's probably both. Don't get me wrong. It is. But people told me I was wrong to call her Hydaelyn. Not so wrong now, was it? Anyway. Why now, Hydaelyn? I can trust your words no longer. Ooh. Both I kind of want to say. Chat, one or two. Ask her why now, or state that we can't trust her anymore. I don't know if I'll necessarily go based on what chat's gonna vote, but what do you guys think is the better thing to say? Two, one would be nicer. Go with your instinct. My instinct is to ask her why now.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal.
I mean, I called that they were primals, like, in Heaven's Ward, but that confident shoulder brush aside.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse, which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
It taxes her just to talk to us?
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
We're gonna turn around, she's gonna be gone. Well, no, the camera's holding on her, so.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
She definitely still feels very motherly, but I don't know. With Hydaelyn, it's all kind of hard to tell. She espouses this energy and this personality of like a motherly protector and caregiver, but we know that her nature is more complex.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Not yet.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Part of me is really hoping that with Hydaelyn, she actually is.
The sleepers have arisen.
She actually is all the good we hope she is.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Endwalker theme is starting to load up here. Man, look at those shadows.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper.
So excited!
There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
There's the title. There's the title drop. Endwalker. Oh man. Blood is pumping, folks. Blood is pumping.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
It's feeling like it.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
That would
It is
include
true
me as
that,
well, wouldn't
as
it?
a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
That's a given. Want to blend in.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Lead the way, oh student mine. Oh fanboy mine. The server died when you watched this cutscene? Well, don't jinx me. Of course it's the Lalafell.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
Scheduled.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
All of a sudden, I want a tattoo on my neck.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Hopefully their last name isn't blacklisted. In combination with their first names.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yeah. So he officially disowned them. Wasn't just
While
some
such
bluster.
personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
I can't wait till we punch that motherfucker. And right in the schnoz. Just...
We shall keep that in mind.
BAM!
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Shroud Scythe Adventurer by trade. Artisan Champion of Eorzea. That's not a... Can I say artisan? Probably not. It's definitely not the third one. Adventurer by trade. Artisan, adventurer, artisan. Technically, I'm not an artisan because I still haven't leveled up my... I want to be an Omnicrafter, but I still haven't leveled up everything I need to. So if I'm not lying, it's Shroud Scythe Adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
What's the ego? You're like 2 feet tall. I will punt your ass. BAM! Ugh. She talks how I imagine Lalafels talk. An adventurer.
And you, sir?
Sir Stinian.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
I love how he's like, I don't fucking know.
If you'll allow me...
Trial?
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Yeah. Hopefully this is... Well, it's probably not going to be the last of the bureaucracy we have to deal with while here.
It is good to see you.
How is it this place feels more weighed down by bureaucracy than Ishgard did? Ishgard had a fucking inquisition and shit. Yet you felt more free to move about than Sharlayan so far. It's been a chore and a half just to get in.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear.
There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Yes, well, lead the way, good cry.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Oh yeah, that's right. Me and Asinian are the only ones that's like our first time.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
She would have been more positive if you picked Artisan. Oh, really? I figured she would have been, but I didn't want to lie. Artisan would have been more or less a lie. Alright, hold on. Turn out the map. I just want to look around real quick. Someone's dressed just like a Asinian. It's definitely very Greek inspired, I'm sensing, for an aesthetic. Very Greek, very Roman pillars. Feeling of sophistication, of power. I wonder how that waterfall works. Maybe there's tubing or piping inside there, and that kind of seeps up and then drops through the thing. It's open? Nope. No, it is not. Okay. It looks gorgeous. This is the kind of place you would like want to go to vacation, right? You didn't say you were a good artisan. I mean, that's true. I guess it wouldn't have been a lie if I had said artisan. Just you know, just leave out the fact that I'm only like a level 5 armor smith and shit. Just conveniently we'll leave that to the wayside. You know, you don't need to know that. There we go. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Ooh, chestnut weapon coffer. Assuming safely it's a weapon that isn't better than what we got. High Derurium sickle. And that's not better than what we got. No. Does it look better? Oh no, it's the same exact scythe I had before. They knew. Phone has me in constant help. Sorry, I can't help with your phone connection. Possibly like a soda pop fountain. Perhaps? Also, welcome Adamantium Pizza. How are you? Artisan in training. That would have been a good thing to establish. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Shroud and Asinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you are dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? Sounds good to me. It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Livelier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same.
I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there.
And then there's Urionje. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave.
What of you, Asinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking.
That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me.
Ever the lone wolf. But I could... Oh... Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours.
Oh, of course, if you will have me.
Come, Shroud. Sharlayan awaits.
Indeed it does.
Quest accepted. Alright, first things first, we ought to attune to the Aetheryte Plaza. So I'll do that before we keep talking. Before I forget... Yes, wait, hold on. Aetheryte Shard. It's time for the long-awaited attuning. Hey, Droll, what's up? How you doing? I'm attuning. Da 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 da. Alright. So let's get all the attuning out of the way before I forget. So we'll get to the main Aetheryte Plaza, and then we have 5 other Aetherites, small little Aetherite crystals I gotta attune to. Alright, so Big Daddy Aetherite, which looks smexy. You attuned to the Aetherite. We're attuned, boys! Look at it. That is a sexy looking Aetherite. It's absolutely gorgeous. Alright, to the next locale. The Baldessian Annex. Right over yonder. You could definitely see how Idleshire was a comfortable place for the Sharlayans to set up shop. Because this whole Sharlayan so far looks exactly, almost like they terraformed Idleshire to look like Sharlayan. Because Sharlayan, in terms of aesthetic, looks just like Idleshire did. I always felt that in Idleshire the buildings looked almost like they got dropped in a setting that they weren't meant for. But honestly, it looks like they chose a spot that looked just like home. Because it's got the same green forestry and shrubbery right alongside the just seemingly dropped in the middle of nowhere buildings that are well refined white stone buildings. Oh, I always figured that that the contrast between like the Sharlayan white stone and blue and well decorative and marble buildings, and how that contrasted so sharply with like the green grass shrubbery around it, was because they abandoned it, so it's not like they finished constructing it, so much wilderness right next to it had just overgrown what had been there. But also because it was a colony, it was a temporary spot. But by the looks of it, no, like that's how they've always been. Like they're right there with just open nature. Gives a whole new contextual way to look at Idleshire. We should get the Moonwalk as the next dance emote. That would be fitting. Probably copyrighted though. Alright, so attuned. Next we got the Rostra, the Levelair Estate, and the Journey's End. Ooh, whoa, it's snowing? Is it winter time?
It is in the real world. Alright. Yonder, yonder, ponder, wander. Here we are. Boom. A tune. Everything is copyrighted nowadays. Next, we won't be able to sneeze without a copyright strike. Thing is, I've seen someone get a copyright strike because they had a black screen on screen, and it was copyrighted from a movie. Because in the movie, there's this apparently a sequence where the screen's basically all black because all the lights got turned out. Like I've seen shit like that happen, so it's pretty ridiculous what will get nicked. You liking our reduced teleportation rates to counter the teleport cost changes? I haven't noticed a difference, to be honest. I'm liking that I don't have to spend $9.99 to get to the first anymore, but instead I'm spending only $9.91. I'm saving a little bit of cash. Unless I'm in Mordona, then it's like 100 gil. Ethernet shard. Boom. And that's the last one. Actually, I didn't take a good look at the Levelair estate, but I'm assuming we'll get a better look at it later. Alright, that's all the ones in Sharlayan. Hold on, let's take a proper quick look at the Levelair estate. Damn. They got good digs. Sharlayan's not that big, though, from what I could tell. So the population of Sharlayan... Well, this is assuming... This is, apparently... Old Sharlayan. I'm assuming that this isn't the whole... Yes, see, like, this is Old Sharlayan. This is... like a smaller section. But the rest of it is right here, Labyrinthos. So, that looks a lot bigger. Based solely on this spot, though, I would have said that Sharlayan's population couldn't be that big. Couldn't be more than a couple hundred people. At best. Especially, and if amongst them, one family can have an estate this fucking big. That's saying something. Ooh. Alphino and Alize definitely grew up in the swaths of comfort now, didn't they? FC buffs for the win. Yep, reduced rates. Teleportation fees are reduced. May I? Alright, now to return back to Kryl and Graha and get our tour underway. Even though I've already attuned. Right, Scholar's Harbor. Zoom. There we go. Now, when I play the game off stream, I'll be focusing on leveling up my Omni crafting and shit. So I can call myself an artisan and not be lying. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Wait, aren't you supposed to be leading the way? Keep him at your side in order to pursue others. Huh.
All set? Then let's be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It is a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Kryl is also now accompanying you. Lead your 2 companions to the last stand. Okay, so that's new. While you accompany, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional time. Ooh, okay, that's clever. Enter the glowing area to speak with your quest companions and initiate these bonus conversations. Okay, okay. Interesting. Fascinating. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. Which is still a crime. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. It's encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. You crafted for your FC and became the treasurer of it? Funny how some project play out. It is funny how things play out sometimes. Things you don't want to hear your guide say. I'll follow you. That is true. It's like, alright, I'll follow you. You're the guide! Yep. Lead the way. Because the meals drove him nearly insane. That tells you how bad the food is. When you're a dedicated student to like research and knowledge of like the world and like world history and shit, and then as you're eating, as you're researching materials, you bite into that Archon loaf and you're like, enough of this, no more! Flips desk, like flips the fucking desk. And all his research materials, waltzes out, and the teachers are like, "Good sir, you're one of our top students and our top researchers. Why doth you leave?" "Because your food is... Nah, I say. I will fix this!" Opens a cafe. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just like the visual of what I'm picturing is so funny. I don't know why, but the guy I picture is not even like the person I'm picturing like being that person who just got so fed up is a Rogadin dude with like a mustache. Like, enough of this! I am insulted! Sharlayan Foods is Sharlayan Foods it burns us! Take it off us! It ruins it! It ruins it! There's hardly any meat on them. Ah, so fresh taters. Taters, precious. What is taters? Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Already did. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located at this very plaza.
Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Where? Ah, there. There we are. Popotos. Popotos. Can't stomach this bread any longer. I love the wording of the stomach, can you? Alright, here we are. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. I am overselling it. Hey, am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particularly relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb up the stairs to the imposing building at the very top. Yes. I'm assuming that's the forum. The Sharlayan forum. The bastards. I do love the music. It's very, very relaxed and casual. I don't know why. It kind of makes me, like, gives me vibes of Road to El Dorado and, like, the calm moments of that movie. But it also gives me vibes of other things as well. That's not just it, but that's, like, one thing that comes to mind. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower tasked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Well, feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the unfittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. And that will bring us right by the Levlier Estate. Hey, once for a month, only for sustenance, and my mind drive dangerous near a depression without your knowledge. Eesh. Yeah. For me, it drives me nuts every day. I wake up and I try and eat breakfast and I can't taste it. Like, I just all the, like, foods I know what the taste of is, and I'm just like, I know what this is supposed to taste like, but I'm eating it and there's no sensation of that. It's just the texture in my mouth. I've had that many a morning and it makes me, like, slightly twitch as my sanity starts to slip away. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us this is where those who put ashore with Archon Nyankrumph built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levlier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Indeed it has, Kryl. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct! After you, Shroud? Righto. I would use an Aetheryte and just plop on over, but I have a feeling I need to have them tagging along. Five Guys, hot dogs, soon. Ugh. I don't remind me. It makes my stomach growl. It's just like good food, and I'm like, yes, but I can't taste it because God is cruel. God is a meanie sometimes. Alright, here we are. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive in the doorstep of the Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then? Alright. Food not good for you, but good for your soul. Which is good for you in the end. What is it with Lalafels and working like all the secretarial positions so far? I'm back, and I've brought Shroud and Raha with me.
Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Shroud. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika! Ojika Sunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer of the Students of Baldessian. Oh, that's a he? Gotcha. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The Champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kryl and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Such a cat. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Of course the cat boy would call it a nap room. Right? Cats and napping. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall.
So exciting.
Holy fuck. Well, this is a popular spot. Oh. Amanda. Well, that'll be useful. Hello, Cryo. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Aye.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
But why?
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Indeed.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Which really doesn't happen in any political sphere. Like, there's almost never a true unanimous decision. There's all, especially, like, the bigger the group, the less unanimous anything will ever be. If the group is being honest with how it's diverse. Like, if a group claims to be made up of many different individuals with many different perspectives of those that they represent who elected them in, you should have many a debate about policy, about decisions, about pretty much everything. Everything should be like it's the downside of bureaucracy half the time is the lengthy debates about even the smallest things that should be almost unanimous. But if Sharlayan has two such sharp opposing groups in its forum, which is essentially their senate, or I think senate works. It's essentially their senate. So if they have two opposing parties, the conservatives that want to just simply record history and actively avoid becoming active participants in it, which I don't know how you do. I mean, like, invariably, you take any kind of action, even the act of recording history is involving yourself in history, so therefore that philosophy is already kind of dead on arrival, if you ask me, but I suppose it's debatable. I could have a very obtuse interpretation of like that brief summary of their group. And then you have the other extreme, which are about, well, Louisois' group, which is about involving themselves in foreign affairs and actually being proactive in their pursuit of knowledge. So yeah, that's definitely shady as fuck that group
and the other group. Like, the other group, it should be, by how she mentioned those two groups, I sense that they're like the two main parties, and that everyone else is kind of on the fringes of either group. That's just the impression I get by how she just focused on both those groups. So with that idea, there should have at least been a 40-60 kind of thing, where it's just the slight majority that wanted to stay uninvolved in the conflict with the Garleans, and by extension, the Ascians. I sense manipulation. Yeah, not 100 to 0. Yeah, that would not happen. Not in any, like, if they're being real with what they are. If anything is a unanimous vote in a system like this, that's corruption. Like, that in and of itself is proof of corruption. If there is 100% agreement to a policy, or 100%, like, by nature, everything should be debated, and nothing should be everybody agrees. Because you have that, the more individuals there are in a group, the less unanimous a vote can be. Like, if you have 4 people deciding something, unanimous is quite possible. Because that's only 4 perspectives. And even then, those 4 perspectives may not differ that much. But if you have, like, 99 people, 99, almost 100, just short of 100, the equivalent of senators in the forum, and all of them agree on a single thing, even though they're all individually elected, they're not elected in batches, at least that's not the impression I got, there should be a lot of perspective and discussion. So, I'm sensing massive manipulation. My prediction early on is that the Ascians, specifically Fandaniel, and the Talaferoi, my early prediction with what's going on with the Sharlayan Forum is that they are directly manipulating Sharlayan. And my prediction is that Fandaniel / the Talaferoi are basically promising the forum, and like, they displayed their power, they displayed how dangerous they are. The forum is afraid of them. They're unanimously afraid of them. And so, when it comes to policies that might, like, my guess is Fandaniel / the Talaferoi gave them an ultimatum. It's like, okay, stay out of it, and you won't become a target for us. You know, we won't go after you. We'll leave Sharlayan alone. Like, our conflict is only with Eorzea. Our conflict is only with the Far East. Like, we don't have an issue with you, and we don't have a desire to conquer you since you're just a small little nation. So if you stay out of our way, and you don't offer aid to our enemy, we'll leave you be. We swear, we promise, with their fingers crossed behind their back, no doubt, that we'll leave you alone. You just need to stay out of it. We don't want your support, we just want you to stay out of it. That, or it was a much more direct threat of, we'll fucking kill you if you get involved. And there's no way Sharlayan will be able to defeat the Garlean Empire in an invasion type scenario. That's like one of the 2 things I'm picturing there. That's my early prediction.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues,
Love the
we have
artwork.
strong connections overseas. namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Warriors of Light, away!
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Krar's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
I mean, I'm not going to be very much help with the forum, so yeah.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
True. And that's why you stay here. Because you, Graha, and Kryl are great. Well, you are great in combat you and Graha are great in combat in that like group. Kryl's great to have, like, to heal people, but not necessarily the best fighter. But that being said, all of you are natives of Sharlayan, so y'all stay here and handle that. Me,
Yes,
my monkey head,
it is quite the quandary.
my monkey brain ass needs to go someplace with combat. Otherwise, I'm useless. More or less.
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
What? Oh, yes, I'm leading both fronts. Never mind.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
I still want to meet their mom. Like, I want to see what she's like. Because the dad, I want to choke. But I wonder what their, what the Levlier matriarch is all about.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
I say matriarch just affectionately. Like, I'm not sure what the dynamic there is there. Like, if their mom is more like the authority in the household or not. I know in my household, my mom rules the roost. Everyone else just obeys. But I don't know what the dynamic is between Papa Levlier and Mama Levlier. If she is on equal footing or higher than her husband, she's just as much we're just as much gonna want to deck her because but that means she was complicit with Papa Levlier disowning their children, which is fucking ridiculous, especially with everything that they've given and sacrificed.
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Time for a trip with the boys. Oh yeah. Quest complete. Alright, so hitting the books, Thavnir bound. I want action first, to be honest, so I'm kind of like the Thavnir bound. Hitting the books, not so much.
I feel like I need a coin to flip. Because I don't want to start with the Sharlayan stuff, because I expect a lot of bureaucracy and less engaging gameplay. And also just the groups, like, you got the boys, right? You got our boys. You know, you got Urianger, you got Estinian, you got Thancred, you got the boys, you know, you got the crowd. You got your bros. The other group, you got everybody else. And in the other group, Graha's amazing, so Ishola's great, so is Alizé and Alphino. But they ain't the boys, you know, they ain't the lads. They ain't the ones you go out drinking with. These are more like the people I babysit. like minus Ishtola, this is the group I'd be babysitting. That's kind of how it feels. That's like the best way to describe it. You know, this is the lads. This is my boys. We go out and be drunken fools together. And this is the group like I babysit and like take care of. And again, minus Ishtola, but Alizé, Alphino, Graha, Kryl. Yeah, this is the group like I'm babysitting. It's like the best way for me to put it. I care for both groups, but they're for entirely different moods. Huh. Debating. I don't know. Roll a die? I mean, I might have to. Ishola Sims, time to eat the books. Pretty much. Oh, God. Alright, let me grab a die. Alright, so I got a really small D6 here. Alright, so 1 through 3. 1 through 3. 1 through 3 we'll do hit the books.
1 through 3, 1 to 3, hitting the books. So anything from 1, 2, and 3, hitting the books. 4, 5, and 6, we go with the boys. 4, 5, and 6 going with the boys. Alright, here we go. It landed on 2. Yeah, it landed on 2, so we're hitting the fucking books. God damn it. Alright. It appears we'll be going with Kryl, Ishtola, Graha, Alize, and Alfinu. Damn. Alright. Kryl. Sag. It is a bit sag. We'll get to the boys later. We'll get there eventually. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan. Come together, we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. At the very least, through this questline, O Heidelin, if you are truly a goddess, grant me the opportunity to deck their Papa Levier in the schnoz. Give me that opportunity to leave him with a lasting facial injury. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim a day, but now I have this band of willing reinforcements to search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Oh joy! My monkey brain is rebelling. Me no like book. Me like fighting primal. Me like fighting people. Me like going new lands. Time to go read. Uh-oh, I'm slowly turning into Quinn. Me no like reading. Me Final Fantasy bad game. Only good waifus. Why is everyone bullying me on Twitter? The community not good. Sorry. Maybe I'm being a little too mean. I don't know. Quinn will all. I kind of feel bad for him. He's always gonna be a meme in this community. Like people will all. The FF community is just gonna make fun of him for all time. For what he did. It's kind of funny. Alright. Right over yonder. Where the eels? I do kind of feel bad for him. He'll never live it down. He'll never live it down. Stands right in mechanic. Mechanic, where are my heels? Like nobody's over surrounding Kryl over here. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gubal Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot that the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading? Oh, we actually are literally hitting the books. Oh no, it's like being back in high school. Except everybody Googled shit instead. I know, I'm a product of the modern generation. I'm just... That's kind of dangerous, isn't it? I can see the floor, though, so it ain't that deep. That's pretty fucking deep. But it could be deeper. I can see the floor. Can I jump? Nope. Alright. Brightly colored book.
It's a red book.
Monkey brain no like read. Oh god. The title of the spine reads The Story of Sharlayan. Read the book. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Nyankrumph. Nyankrumph was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, so it's kind of like a Noah's Ark type story, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperial realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nyankrump's crew hauled them aboard as his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nyankrumph wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nyankrumph gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan. We live in to this day. Hey, gamer addict, welcome to stream. Time to break for dinner. Nice, nice. All right, so that was book number 1. All right, real quick, I'm gonna go check with my family what's for dinner, because I don't know what our plan is, and it's getting late. So if I have to make food for myself, I'll just keep going until my hunger takes over and I absolutely have to eat something. But I'll be right back. Be right back. Yeah, I know it's because I remember in Stormblood, Lise mentioned it about the boat. Yeah, I know that's a boat. That boat was clearly not big enough to just be an ark though. And when I think of like an ark, I think of like a comically large boat. It was big, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't have called that an ark ship. It's not looking like my family's doing anything together. At least no one's in the house but me. Apparently everyone left when I wasn't looking, so I'm on my own for dinner, which means no rush. You've avoided any and all spoilers? Well done. So have I, thus far. Prior warning. Spoiler. We're currently in the middle of Sharlayan, so we're making our way through the MSQ. Level 86, 10 to be. Yeah, I read that. Remember the shipping on the Amigo? That's the one. Yep, I remember. Right here. Nice. Don't worry, I'm prepared for like an epic scene that's gonna happen. I'm just gonna be like, I'm ready to go. I got the theta popcorn and the oversized box. Oh, we're good. You're spoiling a little bit, but you want to do MSQ's Reaper? That's what I'm doing. Yep. I finished, the beginning part of this stream was me finishing the Reaper storyline. Up through 80, so. Yep. Reaper is very fun, I will say. Roads to the old colony.
Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 in the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony.
This is the colony in Idleshire. I'm assuming correctly.
Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire.
Oh, at least they updated to keep it. At least they updated the book to keep with the times. Going to introduction to the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum or cover. Okay. Damn. Torn on whether you want to level Dragoon or Reaper first. I'd say do Reaper. Because Reaper starts at level 70, so it'll take less time to get it ready to go. What the fuck? Reference page. Well then. It's a marmot. Any books over here? Stashed away in the corner, perhaps? No? Okay. I love how much I stand out. Like, hey, look, oh look, there's a man wielding a scythe over there. What a pleasant gentleman. Sorry, I don't like how my scythe looks. I love that scythe. Like that's a sexy bitch right there. That's sexy. The other one, I don't know, like I don't like that S curve to it. Like this looks wrong to me. Like I like that traditional actual like crescent arch, like whoosh. That's a scythe right there. Mwah. Leather-bound Tom. The title on the spine reads, The Voice of a Growing City. Yes. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays in vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, which in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum, as we know it today, conceived and created.
Fascinating. Just roll on the floor with laughter. Yeah, everyone keeps telling me Bajin Southern Front is probably the best for leveling. I gotta keep that in mind because I only just unlocked Bosnia. Even then, I didn't really unlock Bosnia. I just showed up to that island, like that beachhead area. Still plenty more I gotta do with that. The title on the spine reads, An Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us is to be finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. Not for long. We're going to the moon. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? The book is in the wrong subject, yep. And all that's just basic astrology. As the galaxy continues to expand, stars continue to also expand as well with it. The title in this binary, an orbit is not consistent. Orbit does shift and change, so everything is finite, including the sun. The sun will at some point blow up after it burns through all its fuel. The title in the spine reads, Forever 20 Summers. Not in our lifetime, we got a couple billion years. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health, and neglected to feed the rest of your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us into reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra, I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, or 23, or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research.
Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aetherical, and arcane viewpoint. Yeah, wrong subject. Damn. Alright, so... Time One Tome. Words of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archonian Crumph, here we are, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: "Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason." The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. You need a combination of both to make a successful society. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founder's teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the forum. Head outside. There you go. Alright. Just give the sun more fuel. Easy. If only that were it easy. If you took the entire planet of Earth and took all of its makeup from our iron core all the way to the outer dirt crust and sent absolutely all of our elemental body for the sun to continue to burn off of, that still would only extend the sun's lifespan by like, what, 1,000 years? 2,000 years at most? The sun may be slowly burning through its fuel, but it's burning nonetheless. But that's the entire Earth and encompassing its elements thrown at the sun, only to give it another 1,000 years. Hitting the books. Right, so that's where we're rendezvousing. And that explains the crowd. Invading looks at Sharlayan. Yeah, exactly. That's why you need kind of a combination. Like that's one thing that that's like a flaw with humanity. I gotta say is like the extremes. Like oh, you know, we're either extreme pacifists or extremely violent culture, and the goal should be to be in between. You need to understand and know how to practice violence when it is being threatened to be practiced upon you. Not only do you need to understand it from the perspective of, okay, this is what they're going to do to me, and I need to conceptually understand that, but I also need to conceptually understand how to counter it, which, more often than not, violence begets violence, and inevitably, whoever's the most violent wins. Or, at the very least, whoever's the smartest about their violence. You need to have a concept of strength at arms to protect your strength of mind. Don't get me wrong, the goal should be to solve every problem with the strength of mind, but not every problem can be. Especially if what you're up against is something that doesn't value strength of mind, but only values strength at arms. You need a combination of the two for a successful society. Can't be too violent, can't be too focused on the pacifistic research and knowledge of things. Both are valuable, both have their uses, and both need to exist and be kept in a healthy balance for a society to function. Not to get all philosophy teacher on you. Ah. Alright, Elise, Graha, how did you fare? Sorry, were you waiting long? Nope. I blinked and you were here.
The loading screen went by fairly well. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the 10 tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. God, I want to punch that guy. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Gaha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabad, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of the island of Thavner. The Alagons founded a city in the fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eosia. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Alagon technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case of most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Omenos. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Alagon civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Alagon Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alag. As the last child born with the Alagon Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient I don't know that word, perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. I mean, everyone we've met from Sharlayan seems proud to be from there, despite a lot of its obtuse culture and nature from its forum. It seems that most, despite that, are proud of it, which is actually kind of heartwarming to see. It's like, yes, we have some problems, yes, we have some issues with the forum and with the stance of our government, but this is home, this is where we're from, and we will die to defend it. We love this despite its flaws. That's heartwarming to see, and I like seeing that, because I'm used to seeing
maybe or maybe not in the real world, people who are from not a bad place that has issues, don't get me wrong, but they're not bad, they're not from hell or anything, but they speak of and they talk of their home country like it's hell on earth, and it's so terrible and so horrible and just almost irrevocably doomed, and it's depressing to see and hear all the time. So I kind of like that mentality that they have. Like yeah, Sharlayan has issues with the Forum and has issues that are undeniable, but despite that, there is a level of patriotism and love for their home, and they still want to stand by and defend it because it's the positive aspects about their culture and home that they want to stand by. I really love to see that. Like, for me personally, like that brings up my mood quite a bit.
Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom.
Trifling matter.
Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. Bookshroud, more company should be arriving any moment now.
Oh, I'm still waiting here, apparently.
We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent Forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Almaroth firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics, primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether, the worst kind of phenomenon you can imagine. I mean, all three are correct, but I would say a complete destabilization of creation magics would be the first thing to mention. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived into the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with the keeping sound of the land itself. Keening sound of the land itself. Let's leave this the middle one. Ah, yes, the Almaratine spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were in the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Almaroth was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Numenon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiark, they summoned Hydaelyn, they knocked Element from the sky. They summoned Zodiark.
Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vinay and her followers and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with these towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? Could be a semblance of both. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Ashola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Alright. Wait one more time. Couldn't help myself. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possible useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Gerun oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed Apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Forchanal with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or not, or no. These books could yet hold something of value. You were thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Damn. More books! You labor for what feels like an age as Ashola's research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Or now they ask me. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you to the right direction.
For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Oh, still have the best shit equipped. Ready for a tea break, Shroud? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good.
Coffee. Lead the way, Alice. To coffee. Away. Give me that caffeine. Huzzah!
What an outfit. This music is so relaxing, oh my god. I would jump down there, but I think that won't work. The meat shield. Make travel easier, just Ethernet there. Time for Waggy. Waggy. I'm getting DM'd by someone random. That's the thing about FF I gotta compliment. I know I've complimented it many times, but I fucking love the community in this game. Like, random people who are not, who just see you out in the world will randomly send you a tell or a DM, and just like this person just complimented my glam. Like that's which isn't even really a glam. Well, parts of it are glammed. Most of it is just the best gear for the slot. Like that sometimes. Hold on. Can I... Okay, so I can't see them, so I can't compliment their glam or not. Just getting DM'd by someone random and just having a pleasant conversation. It feels weird, but it's great to see. That shit hasn't happened in WoW in over a decade. It's just weird to say, but over 10 years. As busy as ever I see, how very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this card gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alize is now accompanying you. Okay. Alright, so she's accompanying us.
What? What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere.
You got a fancy chest there, dude. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and...
Wait! You're that House Livelier girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. Humph! I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've aught to say to the likes of you.
Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Shroud.
Oh, that's Yuki.
It's funny you randomly run into people.
So what is that glam? Let's see. White mage. Loyal housemate's apron dress. Ah, gotcha. Adrenal's pumps. Like summer tonga. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that outfit set. I'd been doing that for. Sorry, Brenna. What's up, everyone? How you doing? Yeah, right now I'm just chatting with someone random who likes my outfit. Changes to monk. Just see over there. Oni Trio, what's up? Gonna eat that box. Which box? Sage, but I don't have the balls. Oh, whoops. I actually didn't mean to send an invite. Ah. Well, this makes it easy to talk. There's a seat at the last stand. Can't believe Asmo is getting catfished on stream. No, I'm not getting catfished. I know it's a dude more than likely behind the character, but I don't care. It's a friendly conversation. I didn't get this in WoW for years, so I'm just enjoying it while I can. All y'all can not stress about it. You'll be fine. Being social in an MMORPG? Nah, never that. It's rare. Should I tell them I'm a streamer? What is being social? It's this weird alien thing that humans occasionally do with one another. Alright. Now, who do we next got to interrogate? Okay. Hildwa. Hudu. Sounds weird being social. It is. It's very odd. Now.
Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Oh, she's filming. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable acts. Plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levelier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Forchanol that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you.
Well, damn. Oh, wait, hold on. Next person we gotta talk to is actually in here. Dickon? Interesting name. Is this game free? It is. Well, Final Fantasy XIV Online is an award-winning MMORPG, which is free up to the award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion, and there is no game time restriction. I'm totally fucking up the meme. But though it's a meme, it's also true. The game is completely free up till level 60, which contains the entire base game and the Heaven's Ward expansion, and it's award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion. Game is very, very fun and very, very enjoyable. I would recommend it heavily. To play the latest content and the expansion that just launched, you do have to pay money, and you have to buy the latest expansion, which is like $40, $50, and then you also have to pay a monthly subscription like World of Warcraft. But if you kind of just want to try the game out, you can play the entire base of Realm Reborn and the Heaven's Ward expansion, which is again up to level 60, and there's no playtime restriction, and there's really no content restriction that I've heard about for that free chunk. Me to stream as soon as Asmo clapped his hands together. Okay. I've been really confused. The thing is, you can buy all the expansions in one pack if you just want to play okay. So if you buy Endwalker, you get all the previous expansions. So $40 and you get like everything before it. But if in terms of like just playing free, as far as I understand it, you just make an account and log in, and it just gives you that free span. You play the entirety of A Realm Reborn, which is the base expansion, and then you play Heaven's Ward. And that's the whole content you're allowed to play before your time is up. And again, you can take as much time as you want during the middle section of that. Like, there's no restriction at all. Like, the only restriction is when you eventually get to max level in Heaven's Ward, which is level 60. Then you kind of hit the wall. It's not time-based, it's just progression-based. No second-hand embarrassment. For me, no, sir. Why would you be embarrassed? About what? There's a lot you can do in just the free trial. Yeah, the free trial is pretty crazy what content is fit in there. Anyway. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon. Sorry. Meet Dickon. I'll say Dickon, because somehow that sounds better to me. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levelier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunal may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What? Like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. What should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food. You might just get the answers you're looking for. Ah, okay. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I worked at a coffee shop before. I can do this again. With a little bit of PTSD. So my eye twitches. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. I feel like I should actually write this down. Alright, so the tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered an oven-baked lobster. Got all that? I can't believe I do. If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Okay.
Well, shit.
Memory games. That's... Place the correct dish on the first customer's table. Alright, so... Tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, and their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the Sixth Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Right, Gisla ordered the omelet. Ah, finally, 2468. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Telefroi? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. At last, an oven-baked lobster is mine! You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it.
Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors. They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which is missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats, and many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever, why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been so hectic before. Not like this. So I got information, and Dickon just got a free server. That son of a bitch. I just got used. To be fair, I used him for a service, so anyway. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Pretty much all of them. But only 2 of them say anything relevant, and the 3rd was the most relevant. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. To the food service industry, Asmo dude. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, the cup of coffee I promised. Drinks whole thing in one gulp. Caffeine. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Stingy nerds. Food service is a nightmare.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
I wanted to actively punch him in the face, so I was fuming very loudly. It's just unfortunately on the other side of the screen.
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
Oh, clearly.
If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
I don't get the sense it would have changed at all. I got the sense that he arrived there with a specific intent to disown your ass, and he had already made that decision. It wasn't a conversation. Interesting lot.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. a vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait!
The game is afoot.
Did you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
The plot thickens.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Curiouser and curiouser. Labyrinthos. Gotta remember the name. Getting Cole vibes from the Dragon Age Inquisition with this character, but at the same time. There's definitely a lot of... Keep in mind, this is the latest expansion I'm playing right now. I have over 600 hours in the game, and a good 400 hours of it has been, like, story. So, there's a lot of background build-up with Alize, Alphino, and a lot of the other main characters. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Hey, look, me and this guy have the same outfit. I think I wear it better. Go on to Nomenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Indeed. Plot thickens. Alright, time to go speak with Cryle. Excuse me. Welcome back, Shroud. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Indeed we did. They're ferrying shit in by boat. Quite a bit of shit. This is suspicious. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. But, as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. And a sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishula observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Shroud and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid.
And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. And in which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. A fine idea. What should we expect down there? Kinda want to say that one. Anything's better than reading another damn book. I understand not everyone is the studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace, then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books. And be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Huzzah! Speak of that is to follow her lead. The plot is thickening quite extensively. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. No need to get on the librarian's bad side? No. Librarians have just this sinister vibe to them. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Well, Zane, try not to fall behind. Off we go then. Oh, no. No, please, run. Decent pace, please. It's pleasant here amongst the trees. Oh, no. Now we're having conversations about the trees. Liberian? You mean the Liberian? I mean the librarian. Now we run. Try to keep up. Finally! Sorry, Alize, but you were just going too damn slow. You worried me for a minute there. Keep to the path. Straight ahead. We cross this bridge. Up here. The rostra. Not far now. the Liberian. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Yeah, I remembered. Now even the in-game characters are harassing me about the Aetheryte shit. I remember! It's not that hard! It's a big thing in this game about being mobile until you can unlock flying. And even then, you still teleport more often than you fly. Zianone! The biscuit of brisk walks. Not even the game. Yeah, exactly. As everyone harassed me about it. I literally never forget to attune. Kiwi, I will murder you in your sleep. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. I attuned. You bloody bastards.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
I'd say it's pretty profound.
Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
That's someone's nightmare right there. Fitting name, Labyrinthos. It's literally labyrinth with an OS at the end.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
Ah, great. Hold on, I'm being cold. Why do you always video call? Yes, but you could phone call.
Oh, but I like to see your pretty face.
It is gorgeous.
Yeah, and besides, nobody ever has their freaking ringers on, so this is the best way I've found. It seems to connect with people more often than not.
Okay. So what do you want?
Okay, I'm in Augusta.
Huh?
I'm gonna probably pick up like sandwiches or something. Do you want anything while I'm in Augusta?
Food?
What kind?
Is there 5 guys? I don't know when they close.
I don't either.
Hold on. This is where Google is a good friend. Augusta. 5 guys. They close at 10 p.m. So. Could you grab it last?
Yeah, but it's still a, 20-minute drive home.
I think it'll do fine in 20 minutes. Can are you gonna order it, or what's the plan there?
Well, I can go in and get it and order it fresh when I get over there. I'm on the other side of town, but
Okay.
I can go over and order it fresh and then head right home on the interstate.
Alright. Can I get a bacon dog with some barbecue?
Bacon dog
A bacon hot dog.
with barbecue.
Yeah.
Just one?
2.
2 bacon dog with barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Small fry.
2 bacon dogs, barbecue sauce, small fry.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that.
Alright. Barbecue on the dog as well. On the dogs.
Right. Gotcha.
Alright. See you when you get home.
Okay. Can you make sure the dogs get let out? Because I know Sadie and what's his face left a little while ago, and
What's his face? You don't remember your own son-in-law's name? How horrible.
it's Matthew. I know his name. Go let them out, and when you bring them back in, put Watson's diaper back on him.
Alright. Okay.
Peanut tucked in. His diaper.
I got it.
Okay. I'll be home in a little bit.
Alright. See you when you go home. Bye. Well, that's my dinner plan settled. Alright, anyway. You man, you can't even taste them? No, I can't taste them, but with any luck, something will get through my lack of taste buds. Something good, something wholesome, something just... anything. Oh, God. Anyway. Never heard of a bacon hot dog, but it sounds amazing. Well, what it is it's a hot dog with bacon bits put on it. And then whatever your sauce of choosing. I think the most awesome hot dog I've ever had is a Five Guys hot dog with bacon bits, cheese. I added the cheese. I believe it was cheddar cheese I added to it. Cheddar cheese. And then I did a layer of barbecue sauce, a layer of ketchup, and a layer of mustard. And then I put a little bit of relish on it. And then, I don't know what possessed me to do this, but a dab of hot sauce. It's absolutely glorious. I've never eaten something with so many amazing flavors that just left me drowned in death. It was like, oh. Anyway.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Possibly.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now?
Nope.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Indeed we shall. Perhaps she just had a vision? It sounds like the local wildlife are performing a quartet. You here to help or give me... Hey, it's a male Viera. I think. It's really hard to tell. Male Viera look very feminine. Hold on. Now I have a sense of comparison. There. Male Viera. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to pack a pack of marmots running loose. Mammoths. Your exchange ever start you exhausted gleaners. Alright, so they're tired. Let me think. The reseeds should be item 1058. Cumin seeds. 1059. Snurble-berry 1060. And were they 1061? Ah! My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up?
What if someone mistakes the Coerthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Okay, large shipments coming in out of Labyrinthos. By the sounds of it, they're getting stuff from all corners of Eorzea. Girabania, Coerthus. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. You're misquoting me. They don't all look the same. I said they all look feminine. That is one trait of looking the same. They don't all look unilaterally the same. And the males are shorter, for one thing. At least the males I've seen. They don't seem very tall. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and all. And fauna. If it needs hauling, I'll haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock of Labyrinthos. You know, sort of tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped on our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion.
Square Enix, do you want to tell us something? Be back soon. Alright, have a good one, Brenna. Taking stock in Labyrinthos. Alright, so they're taking stock even though they already did this practice not too long ago, and it doesn't seem like a common practice. And they're also invoking massive shipments from other locations. It sounds like they're stocking up. Okay, so a bit of a conclusion I'm gonna make. A bit of a conclusion I'm gonna make there. It comes off to me like Sharlayan is quickly taking in as many supplies as they can, and it doesn't sound like it's just collector's items. It sounds like they're collecting everything, like foodstuffs and stuff that they can grow in crops from around Eorzea. So it comes off to me like they're prepping. Like they're doing what preppers do IRL, which is stock up on as many savory goods as they can, and they're trying to become self-sufficient with those items. So like they're going to grow their own Coerthan carrots as well as their own Girabanian carrots. Typically you only do that. Typically you only do something like that if you believe you're going to have little to no access to those things anymore. So it seems like their refusal to aid Eorzea isn't just like they're staying out of it. It seems like they already have decided we're gonna lose. At least that's the impression I'm getting, that we're gonna lose, and that they're stockpiling as much as they can from Eorzea because they believe it's all going to be annihilated come Fandaniel's and the Telophoroy's plans. That's the impression I get from this operation that's going on right now. They seem to be stockpiling as much as they can from what they believe. It seems like they're stockpiling a bunch of things that they believe are about to go extinct if they don't. So, yeah, I'm definitely getting that impression again that their neutrality is not really neutrality as much as they fear that they're going to lose. And it comes off to me like maybe the Forum has made a deal with Fandaniel and the Telophoroi that if they stay out of it, they won't be targeted. So right now they're trying to preserve everything that Fandaniel's about to annihilate. Which I guess they think is easier than just helping Eorzea win the fight. I don't know, we're getting pieces of the puzzle, that's for sure. But yeah, you only do something like this if you think the supplies in question that you're stockpiling are about to become very scarce. Any luck, Shroud? What tales did your gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning?
And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Yeah.
Fandionio want to kill everything? Yes, I know that's what he said, and that's what we understand him to do. But it's very clear from what the Sharlayans are doing that they don't believe that they're included in that. Whether that's an actual direct deal with the Telophoroi and with Fandaniel, or if it's more of an assumption on their end is actually what the question is. But I don't think it's at all deniable that the actions that that Sharlayan's performing right now are the acts of someone who's preparing for resources and items to be scarce. When you stockpile something like these items, you do it because you believe it's about to become scarce or hard to come by, or even impossible to come by outside of your recreation of it or reproduction of it. And the key example being Coerthan carrots and Garabanian carrots. So it seems to me like the Sharlayans, either, again, a direct actual deal has been made between them and the Telophoroi, or it's an assumption on the Sharlayans' end that the Eorzeans are going to lose the fight and that they need to cut off from the rest of the world. So what they're doing is they're really quick, while they still maintaining trade and still maintaining exports and imports, they're doing their absolute best to import as much resources as possible that they believe are, again, going to become scarce and hard to come by, which includes agriculture, which includes choice items and collector's items from Eorzea. Again, they believe it comes off to me, again, either that they believe that Eorzea is going to lose and that they're going to get annihilated, and that the Sharlayans are going to be the last one standing, or it's a actual direct deal with Fandaniel and the Telophoroi where they believe that by some kind of lie that Fandaniel and the Telophoroi have told them that, hey, stay neutral, don't help our enemy, and we'll leave you be. And because of that, they're staying out of it from that perspective, but they're still stockpiling in preparation for our annihilation, more or less. That's like one of the two reasonings I see going on here. It's one of the two. Either it's a direct deal, or they're just assumptions from their knowledge of the final days. One of the two. But in either scenario, they believe for some reason that Sharlayan won't be targeted, or that they'll be left out of it.
We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Shroud, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he would be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Charms? I hope you just mean friendly charisma, not actual charms. Because anyone who falls for your charms, Kryl, no offense, is somebody I want to deck. Damn, no repairs. Well, not damn. Good I don't have to do repairs, but... You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Not really out of the goodness of my heart. Well, that wasn't even intentional, but I'm back to back with Patrick McCarthy.
My name is Ehrenwald, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present. So, there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack, gently, of course. Oh, he's got other tattoos. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Giant turkey in the background? What giant turkey? Alright. Oh, there's an aetherite nearby. Note to self. When I get the opportunity... collect the aetherite. Oh look, it's a troll. He's a big one, he is. Come out wherever you are, you little shits. That is a weird looking troll. Not what I typically associate with trolls. Ooh, what's this? Giant bug zapper, maybe? Ooh, hello. Grizzled mouse. The fuck? Hunting coyote. Well, Mr. Coyote, you're presenting a problem. There you go. Now you're dead. Damn it. Why'd you got friends? Hey, why'd you got friends? No one needs your sort around here. There we go. Nope, you're dead. Chirp, squeak. That's right, fuck off. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off onto the underbrush. You ungrateful marsupial! How dare you? I only wanted to stick you in a sack. Why did this result in you running away, you little fucking asshole? I'm coming for you! You damned rodent. Oh, hello. I think I see the wave. Yes, there it is. The grizzled mouse. Oh, damn. Troll! They have a cave troll. Squeak! Alright. Get the damn sack. You little fucker! You ungrateful piece of shit! I saved you from yet another source of threats, and instead yet you ran away again! Filth! Heathen! I punish coyotes. Yeah, real world coyotes. These ones are far more aggressive. Most of the time, coyotes are cowards. Most of the time. It's not universal. They will come at you and try and attack you if they think they have the advantage. Which usually, if you're in the forest, they think they have the advantage. And half the time they're right. But generally speaking, if you're near any kind of civilization, they won't track you or harass you. Because they're cowards. Generally, they're going to assume that they have the disadvantage. Ooh. Okay, these things are weak. There we go. Boom. Alright, now, the marsupial. Or that rude baby. Hello, there he is, you little shit. Mine. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Finally, we caught the little shit. Dang, Scholar, how are you? Boy, where's your chocobo? I'm driving it, apparently. As well as plenty of experience with coyotes. So the best way to deal with coyote, bring your house with you. Yes, if you can drag an entire house with you, yes. Generally, that's a fairly decent way to distract them. They don't like civilization. They love the wilderness. Oh, correction. They love trash cans. Believe it or not, raccoons and coyotes have more in common than you would think. Both will try and tear open your trash and eat it. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Got him! Little shit. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Be a tanker, hear you? Why would I do that? I never do that with my chocobo.
I'm a lone wanderer. I don't need help from a giant bird.
Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tested you to capture them in the first place? What do you do with the marmots now? I think it's more important to figure out what they're doing with them. That's for the Forum to decide. They're the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all. And this job was but one small part of the great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. Yeah, so it looks like there's a huge focus on production of the resources that they're taking in right now. Like, they're taking in resources that they can reproduce at a very steady rate. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Shroud. Is this the cleaner you mentioned?
The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl of the Students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. No problemo. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? A few things. But more or less it all comes to the same conclusion I've made this entire time. They're stockpiling things. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I mean, I think the purpose is pretty clear. And you don't stockpile on things that directly have the ability to be reproduced, like fruits, vegetables, and animals, unless, again, you're trying to minimize the import of what those resources become, whether that's food, for example. You don't stockpile these things unless you think they're about to become scarce. And again, coming with the extinction event, I think that the Sharlayans have kind of accepted that it's over. That what's about to happen with Fandaniel and the Telophoroi is the end. Richmond Doomsday Bunker? Pretty much. I mean, that's what it is. They're stockpiling, we know out of just what's been mentioned, they're stockpiling carrots, they had two different types, from Garabania and Coerthus, and they're making sure that they're kept separate so they understand which is what. And they're also stockpiling animals that are easy to breed. That's a meat source that you want to have regular, like rabbits. Like you'd stockpile on rabbits if you wanted a regular source of meat that's very easy to breed and multiply. So these are all actions done by a doomsday prepper. This is what if you're afraid of something about to be scarce, you stockpile it. If you're afraid that you're no longer going to have access to something, you make sure you have plenty of it. Like, for example, let's look at, like, when there was a run on Twinkies, right? In the United States, I think it was in the 1980s. There was this belief that Twinkies were about to stop being produced altogether by Hostess. So a lot of people stockpiled Hostess Twinkies. Of course, we all know Twinkies are still produced today, so that didn't actually happen. But you could look at a situation like that as a perfect example of what happens when someone's afraid something's going to go scarce. They hyper-collect it, like nut jobs. Like, if you believe a certain type of book is about to become unsellable, you purchase a dozen copies, because they're about to become very worthwhile in money, and also because the book itself is no longer going to be produced and copied and publicized. This is all the kind of thing that happens for doomsday preppers. So, as I said before, my two prevailing theories is either A, the Telophoroi directly spoke with the Forum and said, if you stay neutral, we'll leave you be and we won't include you in the world annihilation thing. And Sharlayan's like, okay, you'll let us live? Okay. But we're gonna and then when the Telophoroi turn their back, they're like, alright, now let's stockpile everything in the rest of the world that we don't want to get annihilated with with Eorzea, with the Garleans, with the rest of the world that we want to keep stuff around that exists, we'll stockpile it. That's scenario 1 or scenario 2. There's no contact with the Telophoroi, there's no contact with Fandaniel. They just came to the conclusion that the fight is pointless and that there's no way to defeat the Telophoroi and Fandaniel. So, they're, by their own volition, doomsday prepping everything, and somehow they believe that they're going to be excluded from the annihilation, or the final days of Eorzea of this world, of Hydaelyn. One of the two scenarios is what I sense is going on. I think it's very self-evident based on all the information that we've been given so far.
We also discovered that when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity, thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Yeah, so they knew about it for longer than just the announcement from the Telophoroi. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaean? From there, we can reach the lower... Cryo, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaean. Yeah, something's going on with her. Earlier I wrote it off as just she thought she heard something, but... Yeah, I know it's the echo, but it seems to be hurting her more than normal, although I could just be reading into it. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Oh, just, you know, the local troll population. It's a bit of a... They're just friendly little pests. Yeah, trolls. Alright, speak with Elfino. Ah! We're getting to the next location with Aetherite. Tally here. Oh, whoops. Race to button. You know, one cool thing I wish you could do on mounts is unsheath your weapon. Like, can you imagine if you're, like, riding along the SDS Fenrir and you're a Dark Knight, and you can just unsheath your sword and have it, like, hanging on the side? Of course, with certain other weapons, it wouldn't make sense. But I think it would be cool. Like, you're on, like, a fat chocobo, and you just have, like... you have as a dragoon, you have your spear at the ready, you know? I think that could be fun. Elfino? Behold the Archaean. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved in the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Lead the way. Quest accepted! Hell yeah. Alright, real quick, let's attune. Attune. Sorry, the custodian's face looks so normal. Like, I know it sounds weird, but he looks like a dude, like, minus the L's and ears, this looks like a dude I would just run into at the pharmacy. It just looks totally, like, normal. You, welcome to the stream, how you doing? I'm glad to see you on and enjoying the game. For the last 5 hours, I've been trying to log in 3+ player queues, and before it reaches my turn, I get a 2002 error code and booted. Jeez. Yeah, I've heard that from a couple different people that they're getting booted mid queue. I lucked out. Like I first logged in early this morning at 2 a.m. Just so I could continue leveling Reaper, and I figured the queue would be really long. But when I logged in early, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., it was only 32 people in the queue. I lucked. Well, it's not really I lucked out. I guess I lucked out in the sense that I didn't plan for it, but I strategically logged in when like hardly anyone was trying to get in the game. Success. But I've been logged into the game pretty much the entire day. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaean's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian. But is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization effort are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it'll be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. I don't know, for some reason I half expected him to be, like, put a hand up to his ear and be like, we saw them. Alright. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to peruse this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to integrate ourselves, that might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load? Speak to people outside the Archaean. 0 out of 2. Unfortunately, I'm gonna probably end the stream there. Dinner's going to be coming my way soon, hopefully. And I am gonna I'm not gonna log out of the game. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a pause button on where we are at the MSQ. And for the rest of the night, mainly because I have a headache that's starting to brew and I can feel it. Otherwise I'd keep going. Because I do really want to progress the MSQ and I do really want to, get through the story of Endwalker. I don't want to rush it, obviously, but I do want to, make headway. But as we stand right now, a headache's starting to brew, and I also feel scratchiness in my throat, so I'm probably going to lose my voice if I talk too much more. So, yes, we're going to end the first stream of the MSQ here. Thankfully, spent, for those wondering about like the VOD, the first hour and 50-ish minutes is me finishing the Reaper story quest lines. So, in terms of actual MSQ progress, we got about 4 hours in, more or less. But yeah, again, kind of feeling like I'm going to lose my voice a little bit and then a headache starting to brew. What I'll do for the rest of the evening is I'll just grind out my, I'll probably grind out my crafters and mainly my crafters, but also my, my gatherers, because I've really neglected that, because I've been focusing on getting to Storm Captain for Maelstrom, which is the highest rank you can get right now. These other ranks right here do exist, but I don't know how to get them. I don't know if like they're actually accessible. But yeah, I made a Storm Captain, and now for side activities I need to focus on. I need to really finish up the crafters and gatherers, because I want to become an Omni crafter, because it's just a great way to make money in any game really, is crafting and gathering. So for right now, I think that's a good place to put the pause button on till my headache goes away, and I'll probably start streaming again tomorrow, probably early, because you know I am gonna eventually have to log out today, and when I log out, I'm gonna fall asleep, wake up, and I have a queue to get through. So I'll probably do what I did today, which is I'm gonna get up really early tomorrow morning, and hopefully there will be next to no queue. Hopefully, there's no guarantee of that in either direction, but even if there is, by the time I get in, it should be about midday, I'm predicting, and that's when I'll start streaming the MSQ again. Otherwise, I hope you guys have an amazing afternoon. Thank you guys for joining me for this first stream of making our way through Endwalker. And leveling Reaper has been a blast. Reaper is definitely becoming my main... Reaper is already my main DPS. Whether it's going to become my main class across the board, I don't know. Dark Knight's definitely my main tank, no matter what. I don't know, it's an interesting bottleneck spot. But anyway, I hope you guys had fun watching. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for part 2, episode 2 of us making our way through the Endwalker MSQ. Do you feel better soon? Yeah, it's just it's a muscle kind of headache. I think I'm just like I have bad posture issue. That's starting to build up a little headache in my head. But nothing Advil has never fixed before. Be fine in the morning. Just don't log off until you're done for the day. Yeah, that's my plan. Is I'm only gonna press that log out button if I'm absolutely sure I'm done for the day, which will definitely be a little bit. But till then, casually leveling, crafting, and gathering for the rest of the evening. And I hope you guys again have an amazing day. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. If you like this stream and you haven't already, please leave a like. And yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully around noontime Eastern Standard Time. That's when I predict I'll be able to get in the game, or if I'm already in the game by that point, that's just a good, healthy part of the day to start streaming. So, yeah, have an amazing one, everyone. Thank you guys for joining, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Have a good one, and progress to the MSQ. You know, keep ahead of me. That way you guys can continue to watch the streams. Anyway, bye-bye.